like to call this meeting to order of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Ms. Rochelle, can you take roll, please?
Yes, Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Chalom-Churla.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We will be ready to adjourn into closed session. We will hear employer-employee relations, student matters, and conference with legal counsel. And we'll adjourn in the closed session. Today is Thursday, November 6th, and I'd like to call this meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District to order. Ms. Rochelle, if you'd be so kind to call roll.
Yes. Ms. Lopez Petracca.
Here.
Ms. Luong.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Chalom-Churla.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. We will go on to item B, land acknowledgement. We are actually going to break protocol tonight and ask Ms. Jennifer Ragudo to come up and read the land acknowledgement.
Hello, Superintendent Swanson, board members, student board members, esteemed staff, friends, colleagues. My name is Jennifer Ragudo, and I am a proud employee of Folsom Cordova Unified School District and a Native American citizen of the Ione Band of Miwok Indians. Land acknowledgement. As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nisenan and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nisenan ancestral tribes, the Esto, Nusdamuse, Nisampewanan to the north, and the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Achumne, Kudsumne, Hopomne, and Makomne to the south along the Great Sacramento River systems since time immemorial. We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities. We acknowledge the injustices of colonism and attempted genocides that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today. In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways. We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nisenan, especially all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, Student Board Member Addie, would you be so kind to lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, a broadcast statement and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast as replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at Metro 14 Live, saccounty.gov. The Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 2 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. And with that, we will move on to Native American Heritage Month. Superintendent?
Yeah, and our ongoing, hi, how are you? Ongoing recognition months. This month we have Native American Heritage Month, and we have another member of our equity team here to introduce herself and do this presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, President Clark, members of the board, and Superintendent Swanson. My name is Christina Maddox, and I'm a paraeducator and yard supervisor, as well as an equity leader here at FCUSD. As a native Western Shoshone myself of the Tiamook tribe, it brings me great honor to present and share the significance of the Native American Heritage Month and how our district recognizes and pays tribute to the Nisenan and Miwok people, the original stewards of this land where our school now stands. Native American Heritage Month is a time to honor the rich traditions, diverse cultures, and enduring contributions of the first peoples of this land. It's also an opportunity to reflect on their deep connection to the earth and to recognize the strength and resilience that have carried Native communities through generations. By acknowledging this heritage, we not only show respect, but also deepen our understanding of the history that continues to shape our shared story today. This month is also about reflection and connection. It invites us to look beyond history books and see how Native cultures continue to thrive in our communities today through language, art, storytelling, and stewardship of the land. The theme weaving together our past, present, and future reminds us that every generation adds to this living tapestry. As a district, it's a call to learn, to listen, and to ensure our students understand that Native history is not just a story of the past, but a vital part of who we are today. A land acknowledgement is a meaningful tradition that honors the indigenous peoples who have lived on, cared for, and cultivated these lands since time immemorial. It's a reminder of their continued presence, rich cultures, and inherent sovereignty. In keeping with this year's theme, weaving together our past, present, and future, acknowledging the land helps us begin with truth, a vital step toward healing, respect, and genuine partnership. It invites us to pause, reflect on where we stand, and recognize those who stood here long before us. Colonialism isn't something confined to the past. It continues to shape the present. A land acknowledgement isn't about guilt. It's about awareness, respect, and building meaningful relationships. While we cannot change history, we can commit to teaching it truthfully, amplifying Native voices that are still very much alive today, and modeling respect for our students who will carry these lessons forward. In 2024, our Native American Parent Advisory Committee shared a powerful land acknowledgement that grounds us in our understanding as FCUSD affirms our administrative facilities and schools stand on the unceded territory of the Nisenan and Miwok peoples, whose stewardship, traditions, and resilience continue to enrich our community. It's a reminder that honoring the land also means honoring the people, the past, present, and future, who continue to give it life. The Nisenan were the original, The Nisenan were the original inhabitants of what is now Rancho Cordova, living seasonally around Folsom Lake and in permanent winter villages along rivers. The Miwok lived in smaller bands along the Cosumnes River and other watersheds, using the land seasonally for resources. This history reminds us that the region we live in today has long been home to indigenous communities with deep connections to the land. Colonization brought devastating disease, loss of land, and forced assimilation. But despite these challenges, the Nisenan and Miwok peoples remain here, preserving traditions, language, and identity. Their resilience continues to enrich our region, our classrooms, and our collective story as a district. Now, this is our notable figure. Quanah Chasing Horse is a powerful voice for Indigenous representation, environmental justice, and cultural pride. As a model and activist, she uses her platform to honor her ancestors while inspiring future generations to embrace their heritage. Her traditional tattoos, advocacy for protecting sacred lands, and fearless authenticity reflect this year's theme, weaving together our past, present, and future. Quanah embodies how Indigenous identity and wisdom continue to shape today's world, reminding us that the threads of tradition and resilience are timeless. Daniel Perez, a proud member of the Ponca tribe of Nebraska, grew up in Rancho Cordova and graduated from Cordova High School before serving 8 years in the United States Marine Corps. His journey reflects the strength and values passed down through generations, honoring his heritage through service, leadership, and a commitment to community. After his military career, Daniel dedicated himself to working with youth in group homes and special education, drawing on the values of resilience and compassion passed down through generations. By pursuing higher education and empowering the next generation, he continues to weave together the strength of his past, the purpose of his present, and the promise of a brighter future. In FCUSD, we have a Native American Parent Advisory Committee who is dedicated to supporting and advocating for Native American communities through various initiatives and programs. Today, our students learn and play on the same lands where Nisenan and Miwok children once lived, learned, and shared stories. In Rancho Cordova, the Nisenan built seasonal shelters and winter villages along the American River, while in Folsom, both Nisenan and Miwok communities managed oak groves, fished local streams, and practiced controlled burns to maintain healthy ecosystems. Their deep knowledge, craftsmanship, and storytelling continue to teach us lessons in stewardship and sustainability. Thank you for your attention and for turning our land acknowledgement into a meaningful commitment. I look forward to seeing FCUSD strengthen and grow genuine relationships with our local Native communities.
Thank you. Next, we have our secondary school spotlight, Folsom Middle School.
I'd like to invite Principal Terry Daniels and a couple Folsom Middle Jaguars to the microphone for our secondary school spotlight.
Here, I'm just the clicker.
Well,
Good evening, Superintendent Swanson and members of the board. My name is Conan Lackey, and I'm the Student Vice President at Folsom Middle School.
And I am Arnav Vijay of the Student Leadership at Folsom Middle School and also a member of the Student Advisory Board. Tonight, I'm filling in for MJ Spotto, who could not be here, and is the president of Folsom Middle School Student Leadership.
At Folsom Middle School, our school vision statement is cultivating lifelong learning for all students. The staff at Folsom Middle School are committed to providing students with the best educational and middle school performance possible. We are the Folsom Middle School Jaguars, and Jaguars earn their spots. SPOTS is the acronym for the expectations that all members of the Folsom Middle School community practice.
SPOTS stand for safe, positive attitude, on task, taking responsibility, and showing respect. We are proud of the academics that occur at Folsom Middle School. This year, our school achieved level 3 as a high reliability school, and our state CASP scores indicate our high level of academic excellence. Our principal, Dr. Daniels, was named the State of California Middle School Principal of the Year in 2024 and received the national recognition of Principal of the Year in 2025. Also, she is currently serving as the National Advocacy Champion of the Year 2025 for educational advocacy in the country. Our teachers are using the interim assessments made available by the state of California to prepare all students for the state testing coming up this spring. We all work on learning the essential standards, and many of our teachers use proficiency scales so that we can take ownership of learning in all subject areas.
Folsom Middle School has a robust athletics program. Our beginning of the year sports in girls volleyball and cross country ended with our 8th grade girls taking 2nd place in the league. Boys basketball and the girls soccer season just began last week, and we are hoping for a great season for both sports. Our visual and performing arts programs at Folsom Middle School are second to none. We have drama, art, band, orchestra, chorus, and dance at Folsom Middle School. 48 FMS 6th through 8th grade students have been working creatively for the upcoming theater production of Into the Woods Junior. This production will run from November 12th to the 14th at 7 p.m. each night in the multipurpose room.
Students have learned tech work through hands-on designing, painting, and thinking outside the box to make the world of these fairy tale characters come to life on the stage. They are training for the performance through acting, choreography, music direction, set design, painting, and prop making. We hope to see you at one of the shows next week. Our beginning, intermediate, and advanced band and orchestra ensembles are busy preparing for their autumn concerts as well. The Folsom Middle School orchestras will perform on Tuesday, November 18th at 6:30 p.m. in the FMS multipurpose room. The next evening, November 19th at 6:30, will be our band autumn performance. Again, we would love to see you at the concerts.
And finally, we would like to highlight our student leadership and many of the clubs we have at Folsom Middle School. Thanks to our dedicated staff, we are able to have so many opportunities due to the teachers' willingness to serve as advisors. Many of our clubs and elective programs have been honored with awards due to the level of academic and extracurricular rigor they provide to students. Our clubs include the Arts and Crafts Club, which recently held a ceramic pumpkin patch on campus, the Black Student Union, Club Live, a chess club, math club, coding club, and of course, our theater club.
Some other clubs include Destination Imagination, Junior Model UN, our Drone Club, Sunshine Club, where general education students support and interact together with our students with special needs. Speech and Debate, which will be competing tomorrow at Miwok Middle School in Sacramento, and our National Junior Honor Society, which just received the award for Outstanding Chapter Overall Award of Excellence, recognized for demonstrating exceptional performance across the 5 NJHS pillars: scholarship, service, leadership, character, and citizenship. We are incredibly proud of this achievement.
Thank you for allowing us to share some of the great things that are happening on our campus. Leadership has been busy as we just had our first dance 2 weeks ago, and on Friday, we hosted the school-wide Fall Fest. We extend an open invitation to all of you to come to our school, meet us, and see all the wonderful things FMS students are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Guys, don't go anywhere. I got a question for you. You're not camera shy, are you?
Nope.
Good. If you do us the honor and take a picture with the board, I greatly appreciate it. Dr. Daniels, if you'd be so kind to make sure that the board gets an invite to the production of Into the Woods Junior with some time so we don't get anything confused and we miss out on it. So, board, if we can go down and take a picture with the gentleman, and we'll continue on.
A bit smudgy. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. For the dance.
All right. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Item 5, reporting out of closed session. Superintendent?
Nothing to report.
All right, I'll take the adoption of the agenda.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Laird,
Second.
second by Board Member Charlton. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Lopez Petronka?
Aye.
Ms. Wong?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you,
5-0.
ma'am. Appreciate it. Item 7, agenda consent.
Mr. President, I think there's a couple to pull, H and I for student matters to be voted on, and then item M at a community member's request, please.
Okay, items HI to be pulled, and what was the other one?
M.
Item M for discussion, all right. All right, Superintendent, let's tackle H and I.
Yeah. Item H, we
Hold
pull,
on. Should we vote first?
Want to vote for the?
on
Oh, let's vote
rest?
for it,
Yep.
yeah, let's do that first. I'll entertain a motion on
I'll move.
it. Moved by Board Member Lofthouse.
I'll second. Addie.
Second by Board Member Addy. You guys sound the same, so. All right. Ms. Rochelle.
Ms. Lopez Petracca.
Aye.
Ms. Luong.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. We'll go to item H first.
Yeah, so we pulled item H because it's a student matter, and our 2 student board members are expected to abstain from this vote, along with when we vote on I as well.
Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse.
I second.
Second by Board Member Chalem-Churla. Ms. Rochelle.
Ms. Lopez Petracca.
Abstain.
Ms. Luong.
Abstain.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, and on to item I.
Same situation? Yeah.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse.
I'll second. I know with a heavy heart, somebody we want to send home from the school system. It is hard, but at the same time, we feel that's the right thing.
Thanks,
Second.
Mr. Chalem-Churla. Is that your second? That is your second?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rochelle.
Ms. Lopez Petracca.
Abstain.
Ms. Luong.
Abstain.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Opposed.
Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to item M. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. So item M is the review or approval of Board Policy 6141.2, recognition of religious beliefs. This policy mainly had updates from the California School Boards Association, but when it went to the Board Policy Subcommittee on September 17th, there was a request from that subcommittee for it to go back out to our Equity Committee. Our Equity Committee made a couple edits, which Dr. Pitt will cover here in a second. And then it came back to the Board Policy Subcommittee on September 24th. Equity Committee on September 24th, back to Board Policy Subcommittee on October 22nd, and it is now here for your consideration tonight. And I would like Dr. Pitt to talk a little bit about the policy.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. So this policy edits came about as a result of a Supreme Court decision this summer, Mahmoud versus Taylor, which gives parents the right to opt out of specific curriculum if it substantially interferes with their religious beliefs, and gives guidance to LEAs, school districts, about how to facilitate that process and communicate that with parents. Although it's primarily about the opt-out decisions for parents, it is also affirms that teaching about religious holidays is part of the educational program in an effort to create an environment of respect and tolerance for lots of different beliefs, but that should be in an educational manner and not in the celebrating or promotion of any one religious belief or holiday over any other. So that's some background.
Okay. Just for clarification, any questions from the board on this before we move forward? All right, thank you.
No, and I think, I think just the clarification that honoring and respecting various holidays and across the board is promoting what we want in terms of diversity in our district. So there was concern over if there's decorations or acknowledgement of holidays, that this doesn't fall under them not being able to do that. So,
correct. Okay. So it's explicitly stated in the updated policy that school and classroom decorations may express seasonal themes that are not religious in nature. And the use of religious symbols that are part of religious holidays is permitted as a teaching aid or resource, provided that such symbols are displayed as an example of cultural or religious heritage of the holiday and temporary in nature.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Shauna. And I agree with you, Vice President Lofthouse. With that, moving forward, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Laird,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Tramucella. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Well, we will move on to item number 8, special presentations. Students, there is none, but we'll go on to item B with staff. Superintendent?
Yeah, so we have a dream team here, and I'm going to invite them up here in a second, that support our positive behavior intervention support across our district. You'll learn more about that. They presented last year because they continue to support schools, and the folks in schools continue to support great decisions by our students. But I want to also mention, in an effort to continue to bring back the structures in our district that support our performance and process targets, this is one of them that really supports our students with our system-wide connectedness. So PBIS is the name, Kids Making Good Choices is the game. Can I invite you guys up for this amazing presentation? No pressure.
Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, President Clark, trustees, and community. We're excited to be with you tonight. We are going to be sharing the work of our climate facilitators and school climate teams who are integral to creating a solid, we call Tier 1, which is a whole school approach to positive school climate. They're going to share with you their impactful work and how we're creating the conditions for learning every day in our schools. And I'm going to pass it off to Kelly Samuelson.
Hello, I'm Kelly Samuelson. I'm a lead teacher with our curriculum and instruction team. I am also an equity leader, but my roots are that I was a science teacher at Cordova High and one of our climate facilitators. And I have the privilege now of supporting all of our climate facilitators at the district level for the past 4 years. We're here today to talk about how Folsom Cordova Unified is using PBIS, or Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, in our schools. PBIS is a framework that is founded on high expectations for students, like we just saw with our Jaguars sharing their spots expectations, as well as building belonging and providing supports and interventions based on students' social emotional needs. FCUSD has a long history of implementing PBIS systems in our schools, and we're going to explain why FCUSD values PBIS, as well as showcase some of the good work being done at our sites to support students within this framework.
Hello, my name is Kevin Smith. I'm our student data analyst, and I have the privilege of supporting improvement work across many teams in our district. Schools are a unique environment for students, and whether they're in a TK class or they're freshmen in high school, we create the conditions for successful learning when we have calm and consistent classrooms, when we clearly teach pro-social behavior expectations, and when we provide specific feedback. PBIS guides how we build these safe and engaging learning environments and how we foster school-wide connectedness. In our district, the leaders of this work are our climate facilitators. They are school staff, mostly teachers, who coordinate this work at each of our sites. PBIS teams, led by these climate facilitators, drive the work that contributes to measurable outcomes like decreases to chronic absenteeism and decreases to exclusionary discipline.
We're good. Oh. Hello, my name is Brian Ellis. I'm a computer science teacher at Vista del Lago High School, and I've been on our climate team for the last 3 years, though not as the climate facilitator, but it's led me through this really meaningful work that we do with Kevin and Kelly to become our advisory coordinator this year. And I just want to tell you guys about the climate teams. Their work often goes beyond the framework of PBIS because climate teams are implementing and supporting multiple initiatives at school sites. The climate team aims to create, a safe and positive school environment with, connections, between students and their teachers and students and the school. Some examples of this work which really comes from reflecting on data and student needs, includes, rewarding attendance, helping facilitate events about mental health, cultural events, and kind of supporting admin to develop professional development about social emotional learning. And every member of our site climate teams has another job, another full-time job that they do in addition to contributing to PBIS.
Hi, I'm Ashley Smith, and I'm a special education teacher at Vista Del Lago High School. I'm also one of the 2 climate facilitators, and research consistently shows that students who feel connected to school are more motivated to follow rules, participate, and do well academically because they value their relationships with teachers and classmates. Our team utilizes the Plan, Do, Study, Act, or PDSA model in our monthly meetings to make data-informed decisions that improve connectedness outcomes. We gather academic, attendance, behavior, and survey data and look at it through an equity-focused lens to create and implement an action plan, study the results, and make changes as needed.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Shun Izai. I'm a behavior specialist at Cordova Meadows and White Rock Elementary, supporting our general education classes. I've been part of the PBIS climate team for the past 3 years, and this is my first year as co-climate facilitator at White Rock. So we know that the PBIS framework leads to strong systems, so we use tools to monitor how well we're implementing the framework, and we also train staff to provide necessary support for these tools. The Tiered Fidelity Inventory, or the TFI, was developed by a division of the Department of Education and is a nationally used self-assessment. So the self-assessment is completed by the climate team to determine areas of the framework that are going well as areas that need improvement. And then an external review is done in the spring by an authorized California external reviewer, or an ACER, to help triangulate on the self-assessment, and is also used for recognition. So when a school team scores about at least 70% or higher, then that shows us that there are strong tiered intervention systems in place.
Right. And of course, that TFI is the foundation for our recognition process. So the work our teams do each year culminates in applying for recognition through California PBIS. And applying for recognition is really fulfilling, not just because it lets us celebrate the good hard work that our teams are doing every year, but it also encourages self-reflection for our climate teams. Our teams are asked as part of this application process to reflect on site data, including discipline data and disproportionality, interventions that are being used with students and their outcomes, academic data for student groups and whether or not that's improving under these interventions, and classroom walkthrough observations. There are a lot of opportunities through this recognition process to not only measure growth, but to plan for future growth through action planning that teams create as part of the recognition process.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Cecil Spalding, Community Schools Leader, Student Support Specialist, and one of 2 climate facilitators at Mills Middle School. And I'm really excited to share with you that 33 of our school sites achieved state-level recognition last year through their PBIS implementation. In Folsom Cordova, our goal is always silver because strong Tier 1 instruction and systems act as a protective factor that every student can benefit from. Stretching to gold and platinum means our sites are providing intervention when Tier 1 is not working, and more of our schools are reaching for gold and platinum, showcasing strong systems to support a greater variety of student needs. Folsom Cordova is building a strong network and showcasing our work at the state level. We have teachers and staff who present annually at the California PBIS conference, and we use this work to build networks and get feedback from our peers in PBIS and share practices that work with school districts from all over California. Folsom Cordova climate facilitators are going beyond just building strong systems here in our district. We're showcasing the work we've done at the state conference by leading workshops for other site and district PBIS teams, establishing our team as the leaders in the region and the state. At this year's conference, our team presented the highest interest workshop of the entire conference.
The highest interest by far, it was almost tied with lunch, if that. As a district climate team, We're always stretching and growing. As we move forward, grounded in continuous improvement and system-wide connectedness, our team will continue to promote and address student behavior with interventions like behavior academies to reteach social emotional skills. Our team will continue our focus on attendance so that students can be thoughtfully engaged in their learning. And we will continue to action plan with PDSA cycles data-driven. Many of our Title I schools are performing on their ELA or math assessments at the highest level that they have in 4 years, some of them at the highest level for both of those domains. And we're seeing some of our most vulnerable student groups making the largest strides. All of this is possible because of the hard work of our site staff, but especially our teacher leaders in PBIS and school climate. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Were there, well, this was actually just a special presentation, but I'll open it up to the board for any questions and or comments.
Mr. President,
Yes.
just a comment. Thank you. And thank you. Besides your regular job, all that, nice, beautiful line there, thank you. Because it's important, how do you promote that positive behavior? I know you might have heard me saying expulsion with a heavy heart. How do we bring that down? That's what you guys are doing, and that's what you are helping the parents as well. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, teammates. Hey, Kevin, work on that close. As you get to the close. So, thank you.
All right, we will move into public comment. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Ms. Rochelle, and we will start with our public comments.
Yes, we have Mary Lee Hellner, followed by Allison Konwinski.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lee Hellner. I'm a retired school administrator, and I'm here tonight as a grandmother of a 4th grade student at Theodore Judo. Since the school year began in August, this 4th grade class has been without a permanent teacher. There has been a constant rotation of substitutes, some staying days, others only hours. There has been no structure, no consistent instruction, no accountability. These children have not been learning, they have been babysat. 4th grade is a foundational academic year. Students shift from learning to read to reading to learn. They are supposed to solidify multiplication, write in structured paragraphs, and develop study habits that will carry them into middle school. Instead, these students are falling behind academically, socially, and emotionally. My granddaughter has always loved school. She's curious and eager to learn. But recently, she has come home frustrated and in tears because the classroom environment is chaotic. She tells me she does not feel like she is learning anything. That's a heartbreaking thing to hear, not only as a grandmother, but as an educator who spent a career believing every child deserves a consistent, high-quality education. This is not an isolated incident. It's part of a pattern. Theodore Judo has experienced high teacher turnover year after year. Until very recently, the school had only one administrator for 626 students, an impossible workload that makes it difficult to support teachers or respond quickly when classrooms destabilize. I want to acknowledge and thank you for assigning an assistant principal. This is a necessary and positive step. I have been informed that a teacher is expected to begin on Monday. I'm truly hoping this will bring some stability, but we must acknowledge the reality. These students have lost 3 months of meaningful instruction, and this pattern repeats. It's as if the school is the forgotten stepchild of the district, expected to simply make do. Our children are paying the price. So yes, I'm relieved that a teacher has been hired, but that does not erase the instructional time that has already been lost. And it does not solve the systemic issues that caused it in the first place. I am asking you to take intentional, ongoing action to ensure staffing stability, teacher retention, and consistent administrative support, so we are not here again next year having the same conversation.
Thank you.
Our children's education and their love of learning depend on it. Thank you.
Allison, followed by Min.
Hello. Okay. Good evening. My name is Allison Konwinski, and I have 3 children at Theodore Judah. Sloan in 4th grade, and twins Reese and Dakota in 2nd grade. I'm here tonight because the systemic problems at Theodore Judah are getting worse each year. We are dealing with serious behavioral issues, constant teacher turnover, and poor staff retention. These are not isolated problems. They're the result of the district's ongoing failure to support one of the largest and most impacted elementary schools in Folsom. To make matters worse, Theodore Judah functions like 2 separate schools on one campus, the academy and the mainstream program. That division has allowed the real issues to stay hidden and ignored. Let me give you 2 real examples from this school year. First, a 2nd grade classroom where safety is a daily concern. Students have safe words for evacuation, fights break out in class, desks are flipped over, and supplies are destroyed. And the teacher? She's in there alone, without consistent support. The district has failed this teacher and these students. Second, my daughter's 4th grade class has gone the entire school year without a permanent teacher. No consistent substitute, no stable instruction, no curriculum or discipline structure. These kids have lost respect for all adults in the room, and worse, they've lost their education. And this isn't new. Many of these same students went most of 2nd grade without a permanent teacher as well. This isn't a bad year. It is a broken system that repeats itself year after year. 2 weeks ago, Superintendent Swanson shared that 2 paras were added October 20th, 3 behavioral specialists began November 1st, and a root cause analysis team would be formed. With respect, that's 3 months too late, and honestly a waste of time. We already know the root cause: not enough staff, not enough admin support, and no early intervention. We don't need another analysis. We need action. Here's what we need: immediate action. Provide support at the start of the school year, not after the damage is done. Theodore Judah has 626 students and only 1 administrator. There are 11 other elementary schools in Folsom with smaller populations and far more resources. Reassign staff if you have to, but do it before the school year begins. Future action: relocate the academy to the 2 new schools in the plan area, where 90% of the families live and where they've already paid the impact fees to build those schools. Doing that would allow Theodore Judah to qualify for Title I funding and finally get the support that it needs.
Thank you, Allison.
We already know what next year will look like: full classrooms, new teachers, behavioral challenges, and minimal help. So plan for it now. Don't wait 3 months into the year to form another committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Min, followed by Cindy Mayer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Min. I'm the parents in Vista Cordova, Vista High School. So I'm noticed that the school district places its great emphasis on staff education, especially on math, especially last board meeting. My son will going to complete AP Calculus BC in 9th grade this year and in Vista. And I don't know if this is possible to learn Calculus 3 in 8th grade. I know some of the students at Folsom High School did this. I contacted the mathematics department in Folsom Lake College, and they said yes, and will help me to register the calculus 3 as the dual enrollment. But if my kids can get 3 more in AP BC text, but my son talked to his counselor at school, and she said no. And even I talked to the counselor, she still said the school distance rule is he have to take 3 years best cost in campus. I'm trying to contact the Jim Huber. He's not here. By mail and a phone call. And last board meeting, I'm also face-to-face talk to him, but I didn't get the information. I just trying to find the exactly operating produce. So I'm so glad the school distance is giving more opportunity to children who are dedicated to explode in the STEM. That is my question. Yeah, thank you.
Cindy, followed by Mason.
I have handouts for the board members. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I did not make enough, and I did not know that we had student members. Is that? All right, hello, my name is Dr. Cindy Meyer, and I'm the parent of an 8th grader at Sutter Middle and a 5th grader at Goldridge. Today, I want to talk to you about an issue of reducing toxic chemicals in our schools. You have the handout. First of all, students are misusing aerosol products on your campuses. I've listed 3 separate events that have already occurred this year, the last of which was children threatening to spray my son to see how long it would take him to stop breathing and die. These aerosol products, so if you look at the next page, that's a picture of the product they sprayed him with. It's a Bath & Body Works body spray. And if you flip it over, the first ingredient on it is butane. Yes, lighter fluid makes up most of this product. And it also says keep out of the reach of children right on the bottle. But children are bringing these full-size bottles onto campus and using them in a very unsafe manner. So moving on to the safety issues. Number 1, they are highly flammable. They are explosive. We were not allowed to have aerosols in the 90s because we created flamethrowers. Some of you probably did that. It also negatively impacts your fire systems and can give you false positives and false negatives on your fire systems and alarms. Moving on to the health issues. Again, the main ingredient is butane. This is an irritant to all of us. The MSDS form says that you should not be exposed to this. It causes health issues, breathing issues, especially to those that already have things such as asthma or other conditions. And lastly, the combo of the health and safety issue, which is drug abuse. Why is it that these middle school students have full-size aerosol cans on campus? Well, if you look at the National Institute of Health, they have several publications out that inhalants are one of the up-and-coming drug abuse of middle school children. And the problem with this is, unlike taking a hit out of a can of whipped cream when you're young and you get a bad headache, if you do that out of these butane containers, you can actually die from asphyxiation. You don't get a second chance at this. So the requested action, I would ask you to consider looking at banning aerosols from the campuses, excluding proper use, academic use, such as in chemistry, art, or shop classrooms. Thank you so much, and I would be happy to come back and give you a more detailed scientific presentation. I appreciate your time and understanding. I can give you.
Thank you. Next up is Mason, followed by Nicole McCarthy.
Hi, my name's Mason Meyer. I am the 8th grader my mom just talked about at Sutter Middle School. It is difficult to get through school when these kids are continuously spraying these aerosols and just not giving any manner to it. It is true, they have asked me how long it would take me to die from different products. It is very not nice, and I can't take it every single day. It's just not cool. I don't find that fair. I am actually, for once, passing my grades and getting the support I need, but the annoying thing is that I'm not there for when I need it most. Because this causes me, one, it feels like Darth Vader's using the Force to chokehold me because it closes up my lungs. Two, it burns my skin as if I was set on fire with some invisible flames I can't put out. And three, it gives me migraines, and it goes on for days and days and days. And here's the thing, the school is lucky for me to be there for a single day because it is hard to get through school. Don't get me started on the bullying. So it's hard enough for me to get through this with air assaults. It started ever since I even started taking school because kids just get curious and then you realize what they do. I am tired of this continuously happening over and over and over and over again. It is torture. I've had enough torture in my life. I don't need any more. I think we all know the feeling that when you're getting bullied, it's not fun. It's not fun to get bullied. No one should be treated disrespectfully. No one at all. No matter how old you are or how young you are, you should still be treated equally as if you were the same person. Treat others how you want to be treated. That's all I could say. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole McCarthy, followed by Shailene Gilkison.
Good evening, Board President Clark, board members, and Superintendent Swanson. My name is Nicole McCarthy. I have 2 children in the district, both in middle school, so take pity on me. One of whom has an IEP and receives special education services. I'm also this year's chair of the district's Special Education Community Advisory Committee, also known as the CAC. As you may know, the CAC is a board-approved committee and is required by the California Education Code for each special education local plan area. Membership in the CAC includes family members and guardians, community members, and district staff concerned with the needs of students and children with disabilities. The goal of the CAC is to empower and assist families of students with disabilities to become effective team members in their child's education. The CAC, as an advisory committee to the board, works collaboratively with district staff on special education policies, programs, procedures, and family education. To that end, the CAC hosts special presentations and educational seminars throughout the year and often pairs those presentations with committee meetings to discuss district plans, policies, and activities that will impact students with disabilities. More information about the CAC, its members, and the calendar of events can be found on the district's CAC webpage. And I also brought brochures which are distributed to all school sites in English and in Spanish. I'm here tonight to invite you to one of our upcoming events. On Wednesday, November 12th, the CAC will host an informational presentation titled Growing Together, Nurturing Your Child with ADHD or Autism. The presentation will offer guidance and strategies to support families in understanding, connecting with, and effectively nurturing children with symptoms of ADHD or autism. Following the presentation, the CAC will hold a committee meeting. The presentation and meeting will be held in person at the Cordova Lane Center in Rancho Cordova. Childcare, interpreter services, and food will be provided for those attending in person and who register by the end of the day today. So for the public listening, that there is an opportunity to register. The registration link is available on the CAC's webpage and was sent to families via Parent Square. We hope the board, district staff, and families will consider joining us for this valuable presentation. And I hope that you will continue to support and consider the needs of students with disabilities in every action you take as members of the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shailene Gilkison, followed by Josh Mize.
Good evening. My name is Shailene. I'm a parent of a second grader at Theodore Judd Elementary School. You've heard about the second grade class once already today. I'm here tonight because the classroom environment my child has been put in is disruptive and unsafe. The general education class includes a high number of students with severe behavioral challenges and individualized education programs, but without the proper support staff or resources in place. The teacher of this class has been left without permanent class aides since August, and it's now November. As a result, instruction time has been lost. Students without IEPs are falling behind, and with IEPs are falling behind. And children like my son, who previously loved school, have shown frustration, emotional distress, and decline in focus. One of the solutions to the unsafe environment when a child is having an episode is for the teacher to announce safe hall. When the classroom is no longer safe for the other children to be in, the class has to run into the hallway or into another teacher's class. I have no idea how this is acceptable for learning or teaching. I want to be clear. I don't blame the teacher and I don't blame any of the children in the class. She has been doing the best job that she can in managing an impossible situation. It's not fair to her and it's not fair to the students in her class. What's most concerning is that parents were never informed by the school about the severity of the situation or the steps being taken to address it. It has taken months for any visible action to be taken, and communication continues to remain absent. This is not a sustainable or reasonable learning environment for any of the children. I'm asking the district to review the classroom composition policies to ensure proper support, staffing, and transparency with parents moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Josh Mize, followed by Barbara Harris.
Oh, good to see you again, Folsom Cordova Unified board members and staff. Wajani Wina, Hijakishina, Hidikatagi Wina, Raja Joshka Higatnina. I'm the co-chair of the Native American Parent Advisory Committee for Folsom Cordova Unified School District. November is Native American Heritage Month, a time to honor the enduring cultures, resilience, and contributions of Native peoples. We write to you as the first Native American Parent Advisory Committee in the history of Folsom Cordova Unified School District. This is a historic step forward led by parents who serve our Native students and families with prayer, heart, and dedication. We strive to create a better future for our children, one free from the hardships our parents and grandparents endured through forced relocation, language suppression, and the loss of traditional lands and cultural practices. Yet even today, our revitalization efforts continue to face barriers. As Native parents from many different tribal backgrounds here, we are currently deprived of a fundamental right, which is an access to educational space that honors and reflects our cultures within this district. Here it is, Native American Heritage Month, and we don't have a space to call our own. We envision something meaningful. We want a dedicated space where we can sing traditional songs, hold workshops, and tell traditional stories. Build and preserve a library of Native American authored books, accessible to all Native families within the district. Safely store our regalia and cultural materials. Create regalia together for our children's graduation and promotional ceremonies. At present, we're told the best the district can offer is a closet, a shared classroom, and a rolling bookshelf. This is not acceptable. It is disheartening and inconsistent with the foundational relationship of respect and partnership that was promised from the beginning of our collaboration. We believe that the Folsom Cordova Unified School District can do better, and we must do better to ensure equity, cultural safety, and dignity for its Native students and families. Respectfully, Josh, co-chair of the Native American Parent Advisory Committee of Folsom Cordova Unified School District.
Thank you. Barbara Harris, followed by Grayson Harris.
Good evening, and thank you, board members. My name is Barbara Harris, and I am here today to not only as a concerned parent, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand the long-term impact that instability in the classroom can have on our children. I want to speak specifically about the situation at Theodore Judah, where several classes have been left without permanent teachers, and are currently being led by a rotation of temporary substitutes. This is not a new issue, and unfortunately, my daughter experienced the consequences of this very problem during her second grade year. Her teacher, Miss Hall, left early in the school year, and what followed was a revolving door of substitute teachers. For months, the class lacked consistency, structure, and the nurturing guidance that young students so desperately need. The classroom environment deteriorated. My daughter would come home and tell me about the bullying, the disruptions, and the chaos. Nearly half the class left, and by the end of the year, only about 12 students remained. Before this, my daughter loved school. She adored Miss Hall, who was not only supported her academically, but emotionally. But after Miss Hall's departure, everything changed. She began to cry before going to school, asking me about her intelligence because she was having difficulty keeping up. She felt lost, unsupported, and defeated. The lack of stability in her classroom left her nearly 2 years behind in reading and math. It has taken 1.5 years of hard work, tutoring, and emotional support for her to begin catching up with her peers. This is not just about one child or one classroom. It is about a systemic issue that is affecting the academic and emotional well-being of our students. When classrooms are left without permanent teachers, our children are left to fend for themselves, like characters in Lord of the Flies, rather than the safe, structured, and inspiring environment that they deserve.
30 seconds remaining, please.
Thank you. I urge you to take immediate and meaningful steps to address this issue. Support our current teachers so they can stay, provide long-term solutions that ensure every classroom has a qualified, committed educator, and most importantly, make sure our children are learning in environments that foster growth, confidence, and safety, not fear and confusion. Our children are resilient, but they should not have to be resilient just to survive school. They deserve better. They deserve consistency. They deserve to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Grayson Harris, followed by parent 1.
Hi, board members. I'm going to talk about my second grade experience. So my second grade experience was really hard because my teacher left and there was constant bullying and everyone was so mean. And I felt behind and I felt dumb. Thank you.
Thank you, Grayson. Parent 1, followed by Angelica Christensen. Thank you. Yes.
Whoever you called second.
Parent 1, followed by parent 2.
Good evening, Mr. President, respected board, and Mr. Swanson and staff. Thank you for this opportunity. Before you is a one-page summary of critical data points highlighting the urgency of this issue, which we've presented in a previous board meeting also and had multiple conversations with the school administration and Dr. Huber. The first table, as you can see, compares data from Folsom High, last year's data at Vista, and the current class. While I won't bore you with all the numbers up there, I request you to focus on that last row If you notice, the class retention percentages, 2.4% at Folsom High, 3.5% at Vista last year, but a whopping 24% in the current class. The sharp increase is an immediate red flag. It's demanding swift action from the school administration or the superintendent's office or support from the board. These statistics are unacceptable for an AP class. There are 53 students in this AP class, and each one of them, every single student, is off their goal. I mean, there's concerns about teachers' inconsistent grading. She applies curve to a single test, a small portion of the test, a few questions are removed from the test. That is not a curve. This is all concerns, red flags for this class. There's violation codes listed for your review. Mr. Swanson, you're my data guy, so I hope this time you have the data points for what we're mentioning about this issue. And we haven't had, forget about a solution, no resolution at all, or even steps towards a resolution. This is concerning, right? I mean, we took a recent parent survey, student survey. It's just revealing high anxiety and stress among these students. I mean, they are worried day in, day out about college acceptances. They have to worry about studying and getting good grades, not how do I survive in this environment. This is absolutely not the community, not the support that a school like Vista has to offer. The board and the superintendent's office, I mean, everybody shares equal responsibility along with the school administration if this is not brought to a resolution. I sincerely request all of your help to address this with the teacher and at a minimum, reinstate the grading curve to support these students who deserve fair treatment. No student should go through this. If further delays occur, we are left with no choice but to see if we have to go to the Board of Education as well. I mean, we don't know where to go from here if there is no support offered from all of you here. In closing, I urge you to just reflect on one thing. Would you accept this situation if it was your own child going through this? I leave you with that thought to reflect. Thank you for your time.
Hello, everyone. So I have more data I could share with all of you. So AP Physics 1 is widely considered the most difficult AP exam, where 60% correct can earn a score of 4 or higher from AP exam. The grading scale used at Vista would call that same 60% a D minus. Can you believe this? D minus. So 4 or 5 from AP physics exam, that's considered D minus in this current situation at Vista del Lago High School, which seems overly harsh and poorly aligned with how the AP exam itself measures achievement. Note that all questions on classroom summatives are taken directly from College Board sources, so they should be representative of what's on the AP exam itself. And so there was I have time here so I can add one more thing. So there was a in-person meeting with the principal and Dr. Huber with about 30 parents. So when this issue first was brought up, the principal had this data where how Vista the Vista students score 3 or higher, which was above the national average. That was the data he presented, and he was saying that because Mrs. Moore provided quality instruction, that's why kids did better than the national average. And I cannot validate that answer because my daughter, who's a Vista graduate, 2022, she took AP Bio in her senior year back in 2022. It was a brand new bio teacher. I won't mention the name. She scored 5. not because so it was a brand new teacher. The teacher didn't do much instruction. She played like YouTube, a lot of slides. So very limited amount of instruction. So quality of the instruction wasn't wasn't very good. It wasn't a quality instruction. And yeah, and then she scored 5 on the AP exam. She got that score because she studied, not due to the quality of the instruction, because the teacher didn't do much. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have another parent two, followed by parent four.
Good evening, respected board members, administrators, and fellow parents. This is about AP Physics at Vista Del Lago. I want to talk about a quote from 6th century BC Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu about student-teacher relationship. It goes like this: when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear. One more time. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear. These kids chose an AP Physics course at the beginning of the school year by bypassing easier courses. That means that they are already ready. And for the past 3 months, these kids are grinding day in and day out, trying to do a good job in AP Physics, spending 70 to 90% of their time on physics and compromising other courses. It tells me that these kids are truly ready. And in this context, I'm using teacher to collectively represent the school teacher, the ecosystem, the school, the board, and the school district, and the parents, us. So when the kids are truly ready, it is upon us to disappear, stay in the background, and enjoy these kids performing. But instead, we are appearing everywhere, here, at the principal's office, at the teacher's office, in Zoom meetings, on WhatsApp chats, data crunching, and surveys. This is not a good environment. These kids should be beaming with self-confidence, firing on all cylinders, and spreading their wings and be the next Albert Einstein. But instead, these kids are dejected. They don't know what to do. They are lowering their expectations, their dreams. This is not the best place to be for these kids. It is time for us to intervene. These kids are set up against the tide and are about to drown and desperately looking to find some log. It is upon us to provide that log so that we can help these kids. And if 24% of the kids are failing, that tells that we need to acknowledge that there is a system-wide issue that we need to address collectively. And cherry picking to curve only Unit 3 FRQs doesn't make sense to me. It is like convincing a 4-year-old that, hey, I'm going to hug you on Thursday and not the rest of the week. We should be hugging all day, every day. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Parent four, followed by parent five.
Hello, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am also a parent of an AP Physics student. I never been in this situation. I never was in a situation where I felt the need to, intervene or even have a strong concern about the quality of a class. Let me just quickly mention my son. He's a junior. He has taken AP classes before. As a sophomore, he completed a calculus, AP calculus, AB and BC. So he's very much ready for rigorous academic classes. In addition, he has had massive dreams about physics, astronomy. He memorized all the major constellations by the time he was 5 years old. So he was so looking forward to this class. And now he is a lost person. He doesn't know what to study. He mentions what he's given as study guides doesn't match what is on the tests. He asks questions about incorrect exam answers, and he doesn't get any responses. He asks questions in class and the teacher just doesn't answer. The teacher just moves on. He knows that whenever every single test he goes to school that day, he says he's ready, he's studied, he knows it. And every time it's like devastated. He says he didn't even know why this material was written the way it was on the exam. And so this is a student, he hasn't watched any movies this semester. He hasn't turned on his Xbox one time. Of course, he didn't even consider going to homecoming or some actual football game or some student activity like that. He has just been studying, and I had no notice. I was not told. I emailed. I didn't receive any notice from the teacher. I had to email the teacher, the principal myself, and I went and what is the response? What can I do to prevent the student from failing? And there's nothing. Apparently the teacher says there's nothing she can do. He needs to just look at the College Board website in more extensively. So this was a terrible situation. We felt like my student, we felt so alone. Why is he in this situation? Is it just him? And I found out it's just not him. It's every single student in the class feels this way. Please, if you have the time, please look at some of the comments. This was comments that were shared by some other students and parents, and where they say things like a teacher should teach, or a teacher should have accountability. A teacher should do more than just read slides. A teacher should explain the questions after they receive their exams back. Please, I am asking you've heard from multiple people already, but please, something has to be done to help these AP Physics students. Thank you.
Thank you. Parent 5, followed by Angelica Christensen.
Good evening. I'm going to read out some of the comments from the survey that we did for AP Physics from both the parents and students. This teacher teaches a low-level class instead of an AP class because this teacher cannot teach basic concepts and lacks the desire for their students to actually learn. And there are several comments urging to bring back curve. I would like more quality in class instructions and more step-to-step guides on how to do problems that she assigns, rather than just reading through the slides. I would like to see a curve being added to the course as it is necessary from College Board. I would like to see more enthusiasm and more kindness to us students when we are asking questions or are genuinely confused about something, with better responses and a kinder attitude. I would like to see more helpful expectations or helpful encouragement or helpful advice when taking her exams. I would like to see that the exams actually correlate with what is being taught in the class. I want quality explanations for College Board FAQs as they don't make sense and all she does is read the rubric. I want more helpful explanations on why I'm not getting some points. I want my grades to be inputted properly. I want more group activity where we solve problems and work together. I want more help from her with good explanations in the class. More in-depth teaching of concepts with examples. It feels she is just reading off the slide instead of teaching us the concept and how to specifically apply this concept to different kinds of problems. Teacher needs to incorporate curve grading and teach concepts to kids instead of showing videos and slides, asking kids to self-learn. More teaching time and more practice, which directly shows the level of the difficulty of the AP test rather than just a few progress checks. Accountability by the teacher. Whenever she makes mistakes in the class or class assignment, she tends to pin the blame on students and doesn't apologize. Also, it goes without saying that the curve would help improve the mental health of the students, as we would feel our mastery of the course would better reflect our grade. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelica, followed by Kale.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. My name is Angelica, and I have students at Vista, Folsom Middle School, and Folsom Hills Elementary. I recently attended a meeting at Folsom Middle School last week to go over the grades versus proficiency scales brief to get familiarized with it starting at the school. I thank Dr. Daniels for making the time to try to educate us on it. Unfortunately, none of the teachers that have volunteered to implement this program were in attendance. I appreciate the effort to explain new ways of grading and supporting student learning. The goal of focusing on mastery instead of just letter grades is a worthy one. That said, there isn't enough large-scale, long-term research showing that proficiency-based grading actually improves student outcomes across the board. Most of the studies so far are limited to specific subjects or small pilot programs. Because of that, I'm uncomfortable with my child being part of what essentially feels like an experimental system, given how it's gone for my oldest child at Vista High School. I believe families deserve proven, transparent, and consistent practices, not approaches that are still being tested and refined. I'd respectfully ask that the district pause full implementation at Folsom Middle School until there's clear, evidence-based data and a transparent plan for consistency and accountability. It's not mandatory for teachers, not in ed code. The district isn't mandating it, and we were directed to ask our individual teachers to learn how they're even implementing it. These are 11 to 14-year-old students that are still learning to advocate for themselves and should not have to be the pilot group for a grading system that's still under study. I'm asking that the district mandate that Folsom Middle School instead implement the FLEX program that was abruptly removed this school year when only teachers voted without parental and student input to continue or remove the program. We were briefed that 13 teachers were hired this year, so teachers will get to vote once more. Will we get to vote as parents and have our students give input? Teachers have unions to advocate for them, but we have you. It's why we voted for you, why I keep finding myself speaking at our board meetings to ask for meaningful transparency, communication, and accountability. This lack of inclusion extends beyond grading. School buses, zero period, flex, curriculum testing, and now proficiency grading, all change with little transparency and engagement. And now I've learned that the foreign language program at Folsom Hills Elementary is being sunsetted without notifying waitlisted families or the broader community. We weren't invited to yesterday's meeting the district gave. The lack of communication to all of the community continues to create an us versus them division instead of creating solutions to obstacles. It seems you rather quit on programs our communities have come to depend on rather than work with us to find solutions. It's insulting to hear that the school will expire the possibility of an after-school Spanish club when FCUSD doesn't fund after-school enrichment programs. It's all at a cost to us as parents. The audacity of sharing that this program will take away core minutes away from teachers when you're trying to implement an arts program in its place. If you're removing our program within our district, then you also need to look at the academy at Theodore Judah that the district has allowed to have a lack of diversity and have a particular demographic take it over. Because last I checked, Folsom Hills program is a true lottery program that is diverse in nature and offers a greater chance of participation. Frankly, it sounds like you have bigger problems at Theodore Judah than eliminating Spanish at Folsom Hills and using Folsom Hills as a feeder school for Folsom as brief will invite problems we haven't asked for.
Thank you,
And that's the overarching theme.
Now, ma'am.
Okay, I'm finishing. We aren't asking for the changes or elimination you're making without our input. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Kale, followed by Emma Smiley.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I am a parent of two kids within the district. My daughter is in 6th grade at Sutter Middle, and my son, unfortunately, is also part of the 4th grade class that has been spoken on behalf of at Theodore Judah. I had something very different prepared until I found out that, yes, we do have a permanent teacher starting next week, which is great, but forgive my pessimism around that, only because there has been so much inconsistency so far in this year, not even just this year. This is also coming off of my son being in that same 2nd grade class where the teacher took a majority of the school year off, creating an extreme level of inconsistency at even just an early age. So there is a lot of fear and pessimism kind of approaching this school year with just how much inconsistency there's been. By my record, starting before this school year began, this is technically going to be the 4th permanent teacher that this class has seen. One actually who had started and only lasted one day, I don't know exactly the reason, but I know that this teacher started and lived to see one day and then was out of that class. It's very sad as a parent to evaluate our kids' experience at Theodore Judah and looking at my daughter's experience as being very, very lucky because she had consistent quality education that is proving to be very unique at that school. My son has had very much so the opposite. I think about the situation, I really think that these poor teachers, they're getting thrown into the deep end with no life preservers. It sounds like there are a lot of things at play in this class and throughout the school around behavior that needs to be addressed in, I'm sure, several ways. We've been in close contact with the principal. She also, her daughter's also in the same class, so she shares, a lot of the same concerns. It is very apparent that this needs to be supported at the district level, and that support so far has not been there. So cut to what is the parent to do? And I think the only thing is to be here tonight. There is a severe lack of information as well. A lot of this I'm getting from my 9-year-old son, this rotation of teachers.
30 seconds remaining.
And I will say that of all the things that are at play in this class, the fact of the matter is there is a class of 4th graders who will not be prepared for the 5th grade if this persists. It's just a fact of the matter. The only ask I have for you is if the district is okay with this continuing, please let me know tonight so I can make arrangements to have our 9-year-old homeschooled and removed from a failing school environment. And if the district is not okay with this, please let me know what you're intending to do to remedy the situation and how that will be communicated to parents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emma Smiley, followed by Nikki Grant.
Hello, board members. My name is Emma Smiley. I am an enrolled member of the Ponca Tribe of Nebraska, and I'm also Sinchagu Lakota. I am a former student of the FCUSD district, as well as a former member of the NAPAC. And today I wanted to talk about the Native American Heritage Month presentation that was given. I want to start by saying there is a respectful and honoring way to do these presentations, and I felt as if this was a missed opportunity. This presentation was mainly focused on the California tribes around this area, which is great. But then with just even the opening picture, we have this Native man that just is giving this Western vibe, and his hair is blowing in the wind. Who is this man? What is his name? What is his tribal background? Do you have permission to use this photo? Which has been an issue on prior presentations. With your quote-unquote native proverb that was used, give me knowledge so that I may have knowledge for all. Who said that and where did it come from? Any native could tell you that we don't need knowledge from outsiders, and when we decide to give our knowledge, it has been used against us. This honestly sounds like a quote you would pull from an FCUSD Columbus Day curriculum. And your notable person used, Quanah Chasing Horse. Again, you're focusing on California tribes and people around this area, but you used a Lakota activist, coming from someone who is Lakota myself. If you want to actually make an impact on these kids in this district, let's talk about impactful people from their homelands. There is Dr. Annette Reed, the dean of the first ever Native American college at Sac State. There is Assembly Member Ramos, the first ever Native American to serve in the California State Assembly. There is Nicole Anopu Mann from Round Valley, the first ever Native American astronaut. Or let's just highlight the students that are going to these NAPAC events, the Native students. You also have the entire NAPAC committee that has been working and advocating for Native students and families year after year. But it's as if their input doesn't matter, and that none of them were put as a notable figure. And that is because our presence matters when you check off a diversity box, when we come to say a land acknowledgement, or you ask for dancers to come out. I call upon the FCUSD district to do better moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nikki Grant, followed by Christy Perez.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Nikki Grant, and I'm the chair of the Parent Advisory Committee for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And I also come from the Oglala Lakota Nation in Pine Ridge, South Dakota. But besides that, I'm also a mother of 4 students who attend your guys' district, and they actually are at RCE. During Native American Heritage Month, we celebrate the progress our district has made in honoring our Native students. But true recognition means ensuring Native families feel valued beyond November. Our committee once had a space to meet, support families, and share culture, a space that has since been relocated. We're asking for a dedicated, non-shared location that is devoted to serving Native students and families, one we can truly rely on without the risk of being moved again. For Native people, relocation has a painful history, from the Federal Relocation Act that displaced our families to lost community spaces that followed. Providing a consistent home for our NAPAC would be a meaningful gesture that shows this district values Native students and families, not in only words, but lasting action. Thank you for your time and your ongoing commitment to Native student success and partnership.
Thank you. Christy Perez, followed by Sarah Spinka.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, and district staff. My name is Christy Perez. I'm a secretary of the NAPAC and a proud member of the Ponca Tribe of Nebraska and Sinchaga Lakota. I'm here today, tonight to talk about the NAPAC program and having a dedicated space in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Native American Heritage Month is a time to honor our culture, but true recognition means supporting Native students and families year-round. On May 9th, 2024, in a meeting with a few board members, we were told a dedicated space was possible, and the district followed through by securing a space to celebrate our culture, hold workshops, and have an access to a Native book library. That space was later taken away without notice, making it harder to maintain our program and community connections. For Native families, displacement is a reminder of a history we have carried for generations. Restoring permanent space for NAPAC would strengthen family engagement, support cultural pride, and ensure our traditions are passed down. This isn't just about a room, it's about equity, inclusion, and showing the Native students and families are seen, valued, and truly belong in the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Having a dedicated space also helps create the support and connection that lead to greater success for Native students academically, socially, and culturally. I respectfully ask the district to work with us to make this happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hello, board. I'm Sarah Spinka. I'm the unrecognized treasurer of the Folsom Cordova NAPAC. Unrecognized due to our bylaws not being just recognized by Folsom Cordova District so far. I'm a mother of 2 children who attend ACE, our new school site, and I'm a member of the Pasquayaki Tribe of Arizona. So to begin my speech, I have decided to use the quote, "We are still here." These 4 words carry strength, truth, and a reminder. For too long, Native American history has been taught as if lives are only in the past. Our students, especially our Native students, deserve to see themselves not as a footnote, but as a part of living, thriving, and continuous story. Yet many Native youth move through our schools feeling unseen, unheard, and unsupported. This invisibility can impact identity, belonging, and academic success. This is why implementing Native American curriculum is not simply an addition to what we already teach. Being a teacher myself, I'm familiar with TCI and the one-sided perspective that it gives to our students, because it does recognize Native Americans, but only within a small paragraph. But with this new Native American curriculum, it is a necessary act of authenticity and educational justice. The The curriculum developed by the California Department of Education offers an opportunity to correct centuries of misrepresentation. It uplifts Indigenous voices, traditions, and histories that have too often been minimized or inaccurately portrayed in our current curriculum. When we teach this curriculum, we are not just teaching history, we are teaching truth. We are showing Native students that their ancestors were innovators, leaders, scientists, diplomats, and protectors of this land. We are showing non-Native students a fuller, more accurate understanding of shared history and the diversity culture shapes our communities today. By integrating this curriculum, we honor the resilience and brilliance of Native peoples. We create classrooms where Native students see themselves reflected and valued. We empower all students to recognize that Native communities are present, active, and contributing right now. Because Native history is not over, Native identity is not erased, Native people are not gone, we are still here. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final comment.
And that is it on our public comment. I do see more coming up, but those are for our discussion action items that are coming up. So thank those who have come out and given their public comments. I appreciate that. Moving forward, we'll go on to item 10, reports of district organizations. We'll start off with our Student Advisory Board.
Okay. So this past Saturday, me and Addie were invited by Ms. Cabrera to attend the Parent Summit, which was at Rancho Cordova Elementary School. And we saw other board members there as well. It was a great opportunity to speak with parents and see how there's actual parents who are interested in seeing what other committees were all about. And then me and Addie had the opportunity to put the Student Advisory Board out there to the parents as well and tell them, like, if they had middle schoolers or high schools to students, to encourage them to join. We got to obtain feedback from parents, and we got to see like a different point of view of what the student life looks like. And then today I had a meeting with Dr. Jackson and our new advisor from Vista Del Lago, Mrs. Botsford. So welcome to her and shout out to her. We're excited to work with her.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also had a whole bunch of fun at the Parent Summit. We made like little pennants together while talking to the parents about SAB and encouraging them to tell their students about that program. And also, SAB is having our next meeting at Mitchell Middle School on November 13th, which is next Thursday, and I think some of you guys are coming to that, right? And also, Ria, Miriam, and Paris's podcast episode on college applications is released this week, so the high schools and the middle schools should be watching it during their advisory classes, which is really exciting.
All right. Thank you. Let's go CSEA, California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Swanson, CSEA has no report tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Folsom Cordova Education Association, FCEA.
At least he gets up here and says there's no report.
Right.
I just do it from the chair. All righty, but actually tonight I do, and I'm back. Okay, so good evening, board. FCUSD administrators, certificated and classified staff, and community members. All right, so I have a short report tonight. So during our Wednesday negotiation meeting, we approved 2 job descriptions. This psychologist lead and the SLP lead. These positions will be able to help professional development and mentoring along with other responsibilities. Prior to this agreement, the duties were being completed but not consistently, and the compensation was inconsistent and not aligned with other lead positions. We also had agreed upon 2 MOUs, which will be presented at the next board meeting. General education intern mentors and preschool experience and TK salary placement. The first agreement is required by universities for the intern program. This mentor program allows us to assist up-and-coming teachers and to offer additional recruiting elements. The second allows FCUSD to encourage well-qualified FCUSD paraprofessionals to become a certificated teachers for basically doing the same job. Before this agreement, these individuals took an extreme pay cut, and that was a roadblock for these individuals to make the leap to a full teaching position. Though it is not dollar for dollar or year for year, when they complete the program, they will have a significant pay increase from their para role. Culturally, even though FCUSD is making strides in connectedness, there are still staff members who do not feel supported, and their working conditions are causing undue stress, anxiety, and in some cases bodily harm due to extreme student behaviors in all segments of our schools, whether it is general education or special education. Granted, at times it is the California Ed Code that dictates leadership actions. However, there must be some avenue we can follow to make our working environment palatable. I look forward to seeing the results of the suitor survey that went out to staff last month to examine the opinions of all employees. On December 2nd, FCEA, CSEA, FCLA will be gathering with Executive Cabinet to discuss the results. I hope that we can all learn and begin the process of making everybody feel heard and connected to FCUSD. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Thank you. Good evening, President Clark, members of the board, Superintendent Swanson. Well, we have certainly heard from a lot of topics this evening, but I'd like to circle back to something that we started with, sort of on a fun note. And as you notice, Folsom Middle School has a production of Into the Woods that is coming up. And along those lines, all throughout our school district, students have been working for months to prepare and put their efforts on display. Specifically, students in our visual and performing arts programs. And their leaders deserve recognition as musical productions and drum performances hit the stage. I spoke with Alan Sims, principal from Kinney and Prospect, and he shared with me the impact that his students have as they thrive in their VAPA programs. Some have entered shows at the MAC, the Art and Cultural Center in Rancho Cordova. They presented at community events, and some have even sold their work. He shared one piece was sold for $500. And these experiences have sparked real interest for art as a career for some of our students. These opportunities don't happen by accident. The oversight and leadership of VAPA coordinator Mindy Andrews has helped make these programs possible. Some of the highlights include, for example, we have 10 elementary schools that now offer weekly art lessons. Each middle school has drama courses, which serve 425 plus students. And our high school and drama departments are preparing for their fall performances. And for example, I know my daughter is excited for me to take her to go see Descendants at Folsom High School coming up. Disney performance. A lot of music being played at my household recently. So as we enter into an era shaped by AI and digital technology, there are occupations that are still rooted in creativity and empathy and judgment and physical skills that the VAPA programs prep for our students. So thank you to Mindy and her team of VAPA teachers and leaders that make these experiences possible. And we encourage all of you, the board, to continue to make these opportunities achievable. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC.
Elena Cabrera here. Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Swanson. I think he's just members of the board and my esteemed colleagues and all of our members of the audience too as well. I do have a quick report for DLAC and some upcoming events. Some events have already been mentioned. I'll start with that. This Saturday, past Saturday, November 1st, we, DLAC in conjunction with Parent Summit hosted a parent summit and invited all of the committees, not all of them, many committees in our district. We know that we did not have all there, and we will continue to encourage other committee members. Featured at our engagement breakouts, we had DLAC and represented by Anna Sylvia Pimentel. She is the DLAC president. We had NAPAC and Nikki Grant Perez, Christy Perez, and Jennifer Ragudo were there on behalf of NAPAC. The Black Families United was represented by Ms. Christina Cook, Yolanda Bowman, Dr. Ayana Peace, Vonell Gerald, and Dawn Maxey Parler. We had the Community Advisory Committee represented by Nicole Dabrowski, Jen Taylor, Kim Triguero, and Lucinda Windward. And lastly, we had our Student Advisory Board represented by our two board members, Ms. Addie Long and Evelyn Lopez Petraca. It was attended, I would say, a little over 60 parents were present. We started off with a presentation by our equity leads on connectedness, which really just showcased all of the ways that the families can be connected to all of the resources that we have, whether it's attendance, whether it's information, and it was wonderful to have them there. But really, I really walked away enjoying the presentation and the engagement at the tables by the parents. I want to thank Mr. Chris Clark for being present, our superintendent, Dr. Shauna Pitt, for also joining us that day. Thank you so much. We look forward to having our next Parent Summit, which is slightly different. As you know, we have three. Generally, the first one is information about our district. The second one is a deeper dive into data, and so that will be our data walk. It is set for February 7th. And so I know it seems like a ways away, but just like here we are in November, it's going to be here before we know it. And our next DLAC meeting will be January 6th. The highlight of the last DLAC meeting was really where we are in the middle of reclassification of students. Teachers, parents, and students are working hard at that. And so we'll be looking, we just met on Tuesday, today's Thursday, so 2 days ago. We look forward to meeting with DLAC again on January 6th. So a lot of information today, but I also bring to you the workshops that are featured. This is separate, but with NAPAC, so I'll give that to Rochelle to share with you. Thank you so much. That's our report.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. And if you can do me a big favor and just make sure that the board gets a calendar invite for the February 7th. That way it's on our calendar and we'll do our due diligence to it.
Certainly will do that. Thank you.
Ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, board committees.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have some committee reports to share with the full board tonight. It's been I guess, quite a busy last couple of weeks on the committee side. Let's see, October 22nd, I attended, along with Board Member Larrett, a bond meeting to review the polling language. We probably in not too distant future, in a couple of days from now, we will be starting the polling of the community with some bond language to get the feel for where the community is on future bonds. Also on October 22nd, Board Member Lofthouse and I participated in the Board Policy Committee. That was a meeting that went over policies that came before the meeting tonight. And then we also reviewed the latest rendition of proposed inter-district and intra-district transfer policies, which we're getting close. Hopefully we'll have that to the board, if not in December, in early January. Let's see, on October 23rd, participated on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee with YK. These meetings have been regularly going on since August. They generally are 3-hour meetings each time they meet, and they review 2 to 3 departments per meeting. Where the department heads come and basically go through their department budget with the committee. They also describe what each department does, and then also potentially identifies some potential cuts that we would potentially entertain as we go through this process. On October 24th, Board Member Larrett and I participated in a facilities committee meeting. At that meeting, Board Member Larrett and I recommended to the staff to go get quotes for the fencing in of all remaining facilities in the district that do not have fencing. They had a preliminary quote, if I remember off the top of my head, it was somewhere, oh gosh, around 4 million, I believe. Is that, yeah, okay. But that was just a preliminary estimate. So that will be coming to a future board meeting, probably in February. But we need to first go get firm quotes from potential vendors before it comes back to the board. If the board at that meeting decides to move forward, the fencing projects would take place over the summer break. On November 3rd, we had another Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee meeting. They're occurring all over. They're very close together. And there was one in between those that I had to miss because of business travel. On November 4th, I attended the Mangini Ranch PTA meeting. November 5th, attended the Ranch Cordova State of the City meeting. Also on November 5th, attended the Sacramento County School Boards Association meeting with a couple of my colleagues, YK and President Clark as well. And then today, November 6th, we had the Folsom, City of Folsom and FCUSD 2x2 meeting this morning where we talked about a number of things, including one of our recurring topics, which is the e-bikes and some challenges that we're having with that. And we discussed perhaps some strategies on how we can better deal with that. So I think that summarizes the meetings I participated in the last couple of weeks. Happy to answer any questions if any of the board members have any questions.
All right, any questions from the board? Hearing none. Any other board committee reports?
I have a quick one.
Yes, ma'am.
Beyond all the facility meetings, I did attend the community schools meeting for this month. And we did a little bit different. We actually met at Mills Middle School and we sat with 18 students and we had them round robin through tables and we asked them different climate questions and things like that. And it was a very insightful meeting. First of all, I would like to report back that the kids were, all of the groups reported that they felt that they had trusted adults on campus that they felt connected to. And so I feel like our climate committee is really working, and our community schools are really working on that. And so that was really interesting. But I think the bigger thing is that anytime we meet with middle school students, I think we're always kind of shocked at how forward thinking they really are. And one recurring theme that kept coming up with them was CTE programming, that they would like to have that in earlier years, and that we continue to build those programs out in middle school, and also their desire to actually start visiting universities and to be in that process of exploring their post high school experience. And so, I think it's always that we kind of start thinking about some of those things really in high school. But I think even maybe extending some of those invitations to college fairs and things like that to some of the middle school students would probably be beneficial. That we just let them know that it's available to them. They all talked about the one field trip that they went on was to UC Davis, and they were thrilled. They were just so super excited about that. And so I think even as we're looking at Measure H requests and things like that, and we typically talk about field trip buckets for the elementary schools, but possibly seeing if the city could also help provide some middle school opportunities for some college trips and things like that for them to explore those, because it was really desired on their part. So we'll be doing the same thing at Cordova High at our next meeting. And so after that, we'll go ahead and they're going to combine all this information and bring it back to the board for a more comprehensive review. I'm just giving very high level, but it was very insightful. The kids were wonderful and extremely honest, which I really appreciated. So, but as always, being with the students is the best part of the job. So, and that's it.
Right, thank you, ma'am. Any other committee reports?
October 22nd, we had our first Curriculum Advisory Committee meeting for the year. And so we went through, I don't remember, I had to leave to go to the board policy meeting. So went through a number of course outlines that are going to be coming through to us, and just kind of overview for the board. It's a long process for the course descriptions to come to CAC before they come to us. And so there's usually a month and a half, 2 months. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Turnaround between the time it starts until it comes to the board meetings. And so they're very aware of different courses that have kind of been backlogged, and we're working on getting through those as well as any new courses that are coming through. So the turnaround is slow because of how many eyes are on those courses before they come to us. So.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right.
President Clark, quickly, I just want to add a little bit to what David mentioned.
Sure.
It's as David mentioned, quite a few superintendents budget advisory committee meetings. Mr. Swanson, you are doing awesome job along with your team there. I think they're looking for some efficiency savings too. I want to call out whether it is a small or big. It's $1 million savings or $3,000, $10 savings from our print shop. It's a big savings. Believe me, I really want to see, every saving our team members and directors are seriously taking into. I just want to appreciate that one. And the second one, just to add to what Mr. Reed was saying, e-bikes has been a big thing between Folsom City and Folsom Cordova Unified School Districts. I do see Council Member Kozlowski here. I just want to acknowledge him. It's an elected, a big supporter of our safety as well. The biggest thing we are trying to do right now on the e-bikes, our promo is your kid's safety is our priority. Under that banner, especially we are reaching out to the parents and grandparents. Look out when you are buying holiday gifts, Christmas gifts. Check out those which bikes or the e-scooters are allowed without license. I just want to give these stats at high level. I'm sure Folsom Police Department is putting those out. Last year, they issued close to 70 citations for the kids under 16 driving those e-bikes. This year, close to 400. And the number is going to go up. Again, this is purely to protect your kids, safety of your kids. So parents and grandparents who are watching this live or YouTube, please watch out and think twice before you buy those fast-going 30, 40 miles per hour e-bikes. I just want to add that one as a part of my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And moving forward, hopefully we can hear a little bit more about that when you do your board comments. I just want to stay on track as far as the meeting and make sure that we cover everything we can. Let's move on to item 11, adopt resolution 11-6-25-19. Approved joint resolution between San Juan Unified School District and Folsom Cordova Unified School District regarding American River Canyon South. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. This item is up for consideration for the board today. There's a long history. I will try to give a little bit of the background here. There is a part of the city of Folsom which is in American River Canyon South that is actually in San Juan Unified School District, our neighbors. And many, many years ago, I think 30 plus years ago, because the city ran a citywide bond to fund the construction of Folsom High School, there was for lack of a better word, a handshake agreement that the families there would be able to choose between sending their students to San Juan Unified or to Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And that's been in place. It's on our website ever since then. San Juan Unified is an amazing partner on that. Those families get to choose where their students go. Great options for all of those families. A couple events last spring brought it to the attention again of both school districts, and the leadership of San Juan Unified in conversations with me were interested in codifying that agreement in a resolution as opposed to a 30-year-old handshake. San Juan Unified actually had paperwork, but you could tell it was the old Times New Roman typewriter. That's how long ago it was made. It was on typewritten pages. And so this resolution is an effort to codify that language so our families in American River Canyon South know that when they live there or when they choosing to buy a house there, they know that they have the option of sending their students to San Juan Unified or Folsom Cordova Unified School District. So that's the purpose of this resolution.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. Any comments, questions from the board? Hearing none, I will.
Wait, really quickly. This basically just says that, puts it in more professional language and actually like solidifies that agreement instead of it just being like, just like a verbal agreement situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I first want to see if there's any comments from the public, but I do have some remarks after that.
Yes, sir. All right. With that being said, I will go ahead and take it out to the public. Ms. Rochelle.
Yes, we have Kelly Dudley, followed by Kendall.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Kelly Dudley. I am an executive at an insurance technology company by day, and I moonlight as a mother of two at the Carl Sundahl School. I am in my 5th year being on the PTA. I'm on the board of my children's tackle football team. My husband would be here tonight, but he is coaching said football teams. In addition to, he also coaches surf soccer and has volunteered as tribute to chaperone outdoor ed for my 5th grader this year. So I believe you got a strong reaction when the community learned about this being put before you tonight, and that is because, as Superintendent Swanson stated, this has come up repeatedly throughout our residency in American River Canyon South. For awareness, we are fully Folsom residents. Our addresses are in Folsom. I am a very active member of the Folsom community, as is the rest of the 310 residential homes in our area. When we invite our neighbors over, so we have a new family that just moved in 3 doors down. They have 2 young children, almost identical ages to mine. We invited them over to a barbecue. We got them signed up to be on my kids' flag football team at Folsom High School. We invited them to my 4th grader or 3rd grader wants to throw a turkey party. I don't know what that means. We're figuring it out. But it's all of his classmates from Carl Sundahl. And voting no on this measure would make it possible that those families that live 4 doors down from us would not be able to attend the same schools as my children, even though they live just a few doors down. American River Canyon South is a very close-knit community. We're kind of like annexed from the rest of Folsom, as is American River Canyon North. We do everything together. We carpool all the way to Folsom High School. We go to middle school together. It's a close-knit community, and we do not want to see that being toggled back and forth every few years or when a new policy puts in place. So voting no on this means a lack of consistency for our children. My son's currently in 5th grade. In 5 years, he's going to be entering into high school. We do not want to keep having to deal with this issue, especially in the emotional, vulnerable years of middle school and high school. So we strongly ask you to please vote yes so that we can put this to rest. As Addie Long said, let's not make it a handshake. Let's write it down so that our children have the stability that they need to be successful during their emotionally vulnerable years. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kendall, followed by Mike Kozlowski.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us tonight. I am also mom of 2 boys. My oldest is at Sendall. My youngest got overloaded to Blanche Sprints. When I am not their mom, I actually work for San Juan Unified. So a little conflict of interest for me begging you to let my kids stay in Folsom. I bought a house in Folsom because I love the school district. My cousins all went to Cordova High School. I went to so many Cordova High School football games, and I knew this was the community I wanted to live in. Again, to echo Kelly, I think a lot of you were shocked that we freaked out. I know some of you got an email from me earlier while I was sitting at my desk at work. But we're worried. We're worried about our kids. You guys make us want to keep our kids here, and it is so stressful to look at my 2 boys and say, hey, you were born here, you were raised in this community, but you're no longer a valued member. And I get it. I totally get all the politics and all the stress of the impacted schools. I mean, you guys know per my email. I've been 120% the last 4 years of my teaching career. I burned out and switched to counseling because I couldn't handle it anymore. But for those of us who these kids have faces for, it's important that you remember that. And it's hard. It is hard at the district level. I get it. There's thousands of kids in this district. You don't have time to remember all their faces, all their names, but we're their parents and we do. You guys are parents. And think of that. Like, do not vote this down. This has been longstanding, and you're sending mixed messages to the entire community. Folsom Cordova is about Folsom and Rancho Cordova. By telling our kids they no longer belong in the city that they live in, what kind of message is this board sending? So please, even though this might not change some of your minds, please think about that when you think about voting for this measure. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mike, followed by Ben Avey.
President Clark, members of the board, Superintendent Swanson, friends, neighbors, countrymen. I'm Mike Kozlowski. I have the luxury of having 3 jobs, a regular one and then 2 part-time jobs, one serving on the Folsom City Council and one being the head coach of track and field at Vista Del Lago High School. So I am intimately involved in district things as well as city matters. And my city council district includes American River Canyon South and all of the areas north of the American River. I came tonight because I represent that area, and I knew that not everybody from that area would be able to be here, and just wanted to point out a couple of things. To the issue that was raised already about continuity in terms of staying with a friend group, staying in a program, and following your way through from the beginning of your education to the end of your education. I have 3 kids who are all graduates of Folsom Cordova schools, and the ability to follow through is important to the friends that you make and the bonds that you make and the teacher relationships that you have, and your sense of community. Whether you happen to start out going to the schools in San Juan, which are excellent, or you start out going to the schools here in Folsom, which are fantastic. A question was put to our city treasurer, or our city, our CFO, asking whether or not the bonds that initiated the handshake agreement originally were paid off. The bonds that helped to pay for Folsom High School have been retired, but the responsibility to the people that made those payments on their property taxes are perpetual. So I think this is the easiest decision in the world, so I'd encourage you to please vote for your agreement. And on a slightly lighter note, representing all the coaches of our school district, the next great football player might live there. And for the music teachers, that virtuoso jazz player might be there. And for the track and field and cross country team, our next great superstar runner might be there. And totally off topic, but cross country team's gonna be competing at Frogtown this weekend. So good luck to everybody from Folsom High, Cordova, and Vista Del Lago. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
Good evening, President Clark, board members, Superintendent Swanson. My name is Ben Avey, and I am the school board president for San Juan Unified. So no conflict, I'm begging on your behalf. San Juan Unified School Board adopted the similar resolution, same resolution on October 14th unanimously. It may seem a little bit odd that a school district is adopting a resolution unanimously, codifying intra-district transfers out of the district in an age of declining enrollment. But for our board, there actually wasn't much discussion because it felt like a fairly simple issue. Number one, we're a district where we appreciate school choice. We are a district of choice. You have to have boundaries within that and you have to have rules. But within this case, within American River Canyon, it seemed like there was a very reasonable process that we're putting in place that really is codifying a long-standing practice, a long-standing promise. And I echo my colleague on the council's comment that, you know, those handshake deals, when you talk about bonds, you're building for the future. You're building for the decades ahead. It's not what's going to happen tomorrow. It's not transactional. We made a commitment to the people of American River Canyon that we were going to facilitate and allow them to transfer out. Some of those families do. Some of those families stay with us. We want to give them that option because we want to make sure, and this is the second part, we believe in community. And people are building community in American River or American Canyon South, and we want them to hold that together. I understand the challenges of lotteries, and I mean, we have it in our district too. And it really is challenging. In this case, it's a community of people who have believed and have had the ability to move into those schools together for a long time, and we don't want to interrupt that. I know we can't do it everywhere. We have to figure out, where we allow it and where we don't. But in the case of this one specific community, we're codifying a 30-year practice, which seems pretty reasonable to the families, to the community, and just to ourselves in making sure that we're holding true to our word. So I would encourage you to adopt the resolution tonight. And again, our board did adopt it 7-0 on October 14th. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, any other comments?
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have some remarks. First of all, I just want to share that, I'm extremely sympathetic to the concerns of the residents of American River Canyon South. They reside in the city of Folsom. Their children participate in Folsom team sports. They join Folsom youth organizations such as Scouting. They attend Folsom community activities. In every sense of the word, they are from Folsom and are Folsom, except for one. They reside in the San Juan Unified School District. As school board members, our fiduciary responsibilities are to the residents of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Our fiduciary responsibility is not to the residents who live in other school districts. Our schools in Folsom are beginning to exceed optimal capacity. Some of the schools, such as Carl Sundell, Sutter Middle School, and Folsom High School, are at or nearing functional capacity. The continued growing population south of 50 in Folsom will in the near future lead to Carl Sundell, Sutter Middle School, and Folsom High School hitting maximum capacity levels. It is hard to see how these schools will not remain at or near capacity levels until we can build a new middle school and a new high school to reduce their populations. So what happens when schools hit maximum capacity? Well, before it hits maximum capacity, we prohibit inter-district transfers to ensure there is space for district residents. This is what we have already done with both Vista del Lago High School and Folsom High School, with the exception that we still allow American River Canyon South parents, our children to attend. Once a school hits maximum capacity, we prohibit intra-district transfers. So like we've already done with Vista del Lago High School. And we are very likely to do at Folsom High School in the very near future. So that's a situation, for example, at Vista del Lago. If a person within the Folsom High School attendance boundary wants to attend Vista del Lago, they can't. If a student who's in the Cordova High School attendance boundaries want to attend Vista del Lago, they can't. So this resolution, as it's worded, would require Folsom Cordova Unified School District to admit students from American River Canyon South, even if Carl Sundell, Sutter Middle School, and Folsom High School are at maximum capacity and are not accepting any intra-district transfers. Or to state it another way, we will be placing the students of American River Canyon South in a better position than the residents in our own school district. For example, if kindergarten or first grade is full at Carl Sundell Elementary and we have to overflow students to other elementary schools, the way this resolution is worded, the students we will be overflowing will be our own students. while students from outside the district in American River Canyon South will be able to attend Carl Sundell. While I find it, and one other example with Folsom High School, once we get to the point of stopping intra-district transfers, we will be telling students from Cordova High and Vista del Lago they can't attend Folsom High School. But residents outside our district in American River Canyon will. While I find it hard to support a proposal that will place the interests of residents from other school districts in a better position than our own residents, I would eagerly support the residents of American River Canyon South approaching the city of Folsom and the San Juan Unified School District, demanding a territory transfer to move them from the San Juan Unified School District to the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. I've been asking this very action for 7 years now. I've spoken to San Juan Unified School Board members. I've spoken to Folsom City Council members. I've drafted legislation that was introduced by Assemblyman Hoover. And I've advocated this with this school board as well. It should have been very obvious to everyone we were racing towards this problem. While many school districts, actually most school districts in the state of California have declining enrollment, we have increasing enrollment. We are the #1 school district in Sacramento County. People want to be in our school district. And we have growing population and new construction as well. I will personally commit to helping the residents of American River Canyon South pursue this territory transfer. I'll go door to door with you. I'll help you to get petitions signed. I'll support calling campaigns. I will contribute financially to any advocacy efforts. But the bottom line is this: the residents need to want this action more than anyone else. Finally, I would just simply indicate, and I've confirmed this with the superintendent, any student who is currently in our district has already been admitted to our district from American River Canyon South will remain a student of Folsom Cordova Unified School District all the way to 12th grade. This resolution, if it were defeated, is not kicking a single student out of our district. Once an FCUSD student, you remain an FCUSD student. I would also say that if this resolution were defeated, students that are in American River Canyon South who are not yet in our district will still be welcomed into our district as long as we don't hit maximum capacity at any of our facilities. And I did confirm that as well. So those are my concerns. I will be opposing this resolution tonight for those reasons. But again, I am very sympathetic to the situation that the residents of American River Canyon South are in. And I will do anything I can do to support you to get your territory, your neighborhood incorporated into the Folsom Cordova Unified School District so we don't have this problem continuing. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If this resolution is passed, does that mean that current students that live in this community and attend Folsom schools have to transfer to San Juan Unified Schools? Okay, so they would stay, but in the future, that means, okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments from the board?
I had a couple
Yes,
comments
ma'am.
on it. One of my concerns on top of Mr. Reed's concerns is that we are looking at a district-wide bond, district-wide or possibly just a Folsom bond. But it would not be city-led this time, so it would be just within FCUSD boundaries. So, again, when we come and we're talking about bonds, we're actually not gonna be putting any bond responsibility on those families either. And I think that has to be kind of a little bit of a consideration as we're having to build out schools specifically due to capacity issues. And so I don't think that's kind of fair and true to the families that are in some of the growing areas to have to shoulder that responsibility, you know, and allowing students from other districts to come in. And also there is a little bit of an equity concern for me too, because when we were talking about schools 18 months ago and where we should build schools, and we had students that came in from Elk Grove who lived within the city of Rancho Cordova, and we said, we hear your concerns, but frankly, it's not our issue. That's an issue that you have with Elk Grove. And, you know, so it starts to get to be, as we continue to go down this road, which neighborhoods do you allow to have the extra pass? Which ones do you say no to? Which ones, as we grow out, as we move towards El Dorado Hills and Folsom and El Dorado Hills touch, and then we have families from El Dorado Hills that want to be in Folsom. Where's the line where we continue to make these deals all the way around, and then where's the consistency? And I get concerned with this quite frequently is equal application of policies and things like that. So if we make an exception this time around, where is our next exception going to be? And how is it that we tell citizens of one city, hey, yeah, I'm super sympathetic. I would love to have every student within Rancho Cordova and every student within Folsom to be able to be within their schools and within their cities and have it be contiguous, because it is overlapping sports, and it is get really difficult on sports when you're dealing with different schedules and things like that. But how do you tell one community that that's not our problem, and then we tell another community it is our problem? And that unequal application is difficult, I think, to kind of overcome that issue. So that's just a couple of my thoughts on that.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
I do have a question because I do know that it was brought up at one point, and I don't know, I think it was a conversation, Mr. Swanson, that you had with the superintendent of San Juan and the appetite for basically just moving that area into Folsom Cordova Unified. And maybe I made that up in my head, but.
Well, we attended a meeting, I believe, Mr. Trustee Reed, were you at that meeting? It was in the San Juan Unified boardroom. I know President Avey was there as well.
Unfortunately, I wasn't at that
You were
meeting.
there?
I was traveling.
Was anyone on the board at the meeting? No. Addie, were you there? No, just kidding. I know that Assemblymember Josh Hoover was there in attendance, members of the leadership team. You know who was there? As Mayor Aquino was there. I do remember that. And there was a conversation about that. And a lot of it's tied up into the bonding around the taxpayer and where their taxes are going. And so I believe, and I think there's probably members of the governance team that know more clearly, that there was the legislation proposed by Assemblyman Hoover, and then it didn't move forward. It moved, like it's on hold or something. Trustee Reed, does that sound right?
Yeah, apparently, from what I understand, CSBA had some concerns with it. I don't believe that Assemblyman Hoover is going to be moving it forward this coming year, but I defer to him on that. And I do know that, at least I was told from 3 different sources from that meeting, I think you were one of them, that the issue of San Juan Unified School bonds was of a significant concern if the territory was transferred. But under state law, this was informed to us when we had the 5x5x5 meeting with the City of Rancho Cordova, City of Folsom, and the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, that any territory that is moved into a new district or into another district does not relieve those residents of the financial responsibility of paying those bonds that they were obligated to while they were in their original school district. So hypothetically, if American River Canyon South were to be transferred into Folsom Cordova, the residents of American River Canyon South would have to continue to pay the San Juan Unified School District bonds that are currently active until they're paid off. They currently don't have to pay the Folsom Cordova Unified School District bonds, but any new bonds that Folsom Cordova Unified School District were to be adopted once their territory was transferred over would then obviously be the responsibility of them moving forward.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Loftus? Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want to make a comment, President Clark. I hear my colleagues, who is drawing these lines? I know recently we voted Prop 50 lines, and who is drawing those? I hate when they are splitting a small portions to some other school districts. Mr. Evie, I don't think so you were here when they were splitting that 310 homes from City of Folsom to San Juan School District, right? Don't know who did it, but use the common sense. That's not right thing. Their friends are talking, they're playing and everything is same. Why are we moving? Their childhood memories, once they leave and they go to different schools. So, and even I'm still struggling. I'm showing this side because, she represents Rancho Cordova. Recently, we put Anatolia into El Gros school districts all the way, an hour and a half on the bus. Whereas they can come to the Folsom school district. Who approved? I don't know. Anyway, I just want to make it, use the common sense. If somebody is making the mistakes, this is the high time to correct. And also, I'll join David Reed doing some financial funding or knocking the doors. Eventually, that piece of 310 homes must come to Folsom Cordova School District. I fight for it. At the same time here, I'm going to support this resolution. I'm going to make a friendly request when the move comes on this to adjust a little bit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. President Avey, I want to thank you for coming out and speaking on behalf of the San Juan Unified School District. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to support this resolution for a lot of reasons. Some that Coach K had even mentioned that, we may bore some athletes, some visual art performers or whatever out of that area. Also, what's more important to me is that we're going to be cultivating leaders out of that community, leaders that can come back and maybe represent this district one day. And that would be something that I would be entirely proud of. So I appreciate the fact, Superintendent Swanson, that you were working with San Juan Unified to not only make this a handshake agreement, but to make it a resolution to put something in place for the record, and we have something that we can look back on and between the two districts be proud of. So I'm going to support this thing. I think it's very important. I know that Assemblymember Hoover tried to put legislation together. I called it a few months ago. It was going to die in committee, and it did. So, like I said, I'm going to move forward and support this. So, with that being said, any other comments from the board? I'll take them right now. If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse.
Mr. President, I'm going to second this one, but I'm going to request for a friendly amendment. This is good until 2029. It's 5 years. 5 years goes by in a snap. Can we extend that one at least to 10, if not 20 years?
I do believe that would have to go back to discussion with San Juan Unified to make sure that we're both on the same page.
I do know that and President Avey, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard from Trent that your resolution, actually, it wasn't 10 or 20, but it was until June 30th of 2030. Oh. And he had sent an email about that, seeing if we could, I was waiting for potentially the right time to introduce that to the team.
Correct. Our resolution was 2030. Our intent would be to bring back a resolution on consent that would match the date if you were to adopt the 2029. I believe it was just a typo between the two resolutions as they were going back and forth. So we're fully supportive of 2029 and moving forward with that, or 2030 is our resolution.
Okay. Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah. I would almost suggest we keep it as is and then move forward with the kind of movement of the community to make the changes more permanent. So that would be my suggestion, because while I will be supporting it, I also 100% support that there needs to be something permanent beyond a resolution. And so I think that that's sort of where it gives the community a timeline also and puts some urgency behind, if we want this to be a permanent thing, then we have to get action and move forward as a community and make those changes, so.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. Since working for 30 years in government, won't move papers, takes ever. Anyway, that's the only reason I was just bringing it for 10 years duration. Since you guys are already moved it, I'm fine with seconding this as is or even 2030.
All right, so is that a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Motion made by Board Member Latow, second by Board Member Charlangella. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Opposed.
Ms. Luong?
Oppose.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Opposed.
Mr. Chalam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Oppose.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, thank you. And thank all of you who came out to make public comments. Appreciate you. We are moving on to item 12, discussion. We'll go with A, Facilities Comprehensive Plan Overview, Superintendent.
Yes, okay. Thank you for the patience. Over a year ago, this board, on September 19, 2024, approved or commissioned a comprehensive facilities plan. For the past year plus, the DLR group have been working on what I can say, I know the Facilities Committee has seen it, is a really pretty cool dynamic comprehensive facilities plan that'll give our district a North Star for about the next 10 years to point towards to help us make our decisions for our current facilities and the potential for future facilities. I will say, related to this, and just an aside, if the board remembers, towards the end of last school year, May, June, I don't remember which board meeting, we shared a video as a tribute to Van and Mia, if you remember. And I said, don't worry about me or the conversation, just pay attention to Van and Mia because they stole the show. That actually was the work of the DLR group around our facilities. And so that was just a little snippet of the quality of the work that that they've been producing. And they're here today for the last kind of run through with the board before I think it goes live in December. But I'm not gonna steal any thunder because I know I can't. We're gonna welcome you guys to the microphone. Craig, do you need to introduce them or are you on? You're standing on the side, man. I just wanna, yeah, come on in. Yeah.
Good evening, Board President Clark, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Swanson. So I'm pleased to introduce Kevin Fleming and Chris McGiff Brown from the DLR group. We've been working with DLR group facilities and their team for the past 14 months to create this comprehensive plan. So they'll be given an update of that plan tonight.
Magic. Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Swanson, members of the board, cabinet. I am Kevin Fleming. I'm with DLR Group. I'm a principal with the company. What we're going to do tonight is show you, because this comprehensive plan is actually a interactive website that is actually designed to be a planning tool for you, as well as a kind of a transparent way of communicating with your community how decisions might be made and what kind of data might back that up. So what we're going to do is walk you through how to navigate the website. Chris is going to walk specifically through one specific master plan just to show you the type of data and the type of information that was gathered that would bring that master plan to life. And then I'll come back and show you what the summary page does so that you have kind of that feel for everything compared against everything else, which kind of gives you the prioritization tools that we planned. So with that, I'm going to go up to the Find My School site. This will take you anywhere in the district. You can either navigate this through the attendance areas of any particular school or down here where we have them listed. So I believe, Chris, we're going to look at Cordova High School as an example. Is that correct? Yep. And then we're going to, I'm going to do just some of the specific quick dashboard intro. So Chris is going to walk you through the actual plan, but what's included on each one of these sites is the information, either required by the state of California to be included in a master plan, or the type of information you just need to collect in the summary page. So this is your enrollment trends, done by an outside organization that shows you. We can update it every year if we want to. We can look at the funding available. And this looks out 10 years when anything becomes age qualified, they call it. So a building that hasn't been touched with state money for 25 years can be modernized. The demographics, this is just showing you the percentile enrollment of people that may fall under certain socioeconomic disadvantaged English learners. The actual, these are tracked by the California Department of Education. So those are the categories that we assume here. And then facility repairs, this looks out 20 years. We had a company come out and do a complete look through of your entire district, every building to kind of, let's say, when does the air conditioning need to be replaced? When does carpeting need to be replaced? All these kind of generic maintenance operations and capital improvement needs over the next 20 years. Each building at each campus. That translates into what we call a facility condition index. The 20-year one is always going to look a little suspicious because it's going to cost a lot more in 20 years. You kind of want to concentrate on the 10-year element here. And this is simply a ratio number that shows up between what the cost of maintaining that facility versus what the cost of replacing it would be. So the key is once it starts bumping up above 30%, that's when you start asking those questions as we go forward. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris real quick. The space inventory I'll cover on the last page.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you real quick through one of the comprehensive plans here for Cordova High. This graphic actually is something that we've been utilizing in all of the site committee meetings, our community meetings that we had, where we talked about these plans and got everybody's feedback with them. And just kind of to let folks know the different colors that you see on these plans. Red means that it is a new building. And anything you see in orange is a modernization, which could mean it's getting new paint, or it could mean it's getting new HVAC units. Anything in blue is a remodel. We've got dashed lines that show something being demolished or removed, for instance, portables, et cetera. So, and then we know here at Cordova High that this building here out front, which is in design which also is housing the administration. There's also some other site elements that you will also see, like a new baseball field, et cetera. Yellow is new shade structures. So, and then there is a key as you kind of go down, there is a key for all of that so that you understand what you're seeing. You hit that. But I think most importantly, which is probably the most fun of the site, is what we call our scenario builder, which has all of this on it as well. But you have the ability to move over each of these. It tells you what the project could be, what and the identified cost of that project is. But if you scroll down more here to reveal some of this other data, as you click on those elements, the data down below changes as well. So there's a little bit more of description of what that project is. It gives you more of the cost data, construction costs, soft costs, escalation, contingency. But what you can do, if you know that the project is going to be built, let's say in 3 years, that data also changes, the costs change. Annual escalation, let's say the annual escalation is now 8%. It also starts to change your bottom line numbers and design contingencies and what have you. So you can start playing with this data and change the cost so you get a better understanding of what that project is going to be. And then you can also, if you unclick, it goes back to, you can see what the total cost for everything on that site might be that is identified. So with that, we've also, I'm going to show you survey. So that plan that we had was put out into a survey for the community to be able to give us back input. So this is what everybody saw, and everybody had the ability to be able to rate what they saw as their priority on the site. So every project was listed, and everybody was able to rate it 1 to 5 stars. You start to see what those ratings are. And then if you go back to the dashboard, go over to the survey tab, then you get to see what all that data is. So we had 250 people within Cordova High School or anywhere that they wanted to give input into. And you can see the connection points for everybody that participated, whether they're a community member, a student, staff, other parent or teacher. And then you can start to also, let's say you just want to see what the parents, how they rated this. So you can see here, renovated classrooms, 3.1, new baseball field, 3.1. So you can start to look at that and see how each of the different connection points started to rate it. So what did the students want most? The students said new baseball field. So you can start to play with this and kind of see, it's a great tool also for priority. You know, what does the district want to do on these sites? So this is set up for every site within the district with these same points and with the survey. So.
Just for the record, it'll be the long history of Cordova High School, legacy of amazing baseball, the very first baseball field that has ever existed on their campus. They have for 60 plus years gone offsite to play baseball. Is that correct, Jennifer? Larry? Yeah, okay. So I don't know if to say yeah, I guess it's new, but it's not a renovated.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to Kevin to go through some more.
Okay, just to wrap up here, what I'm going to show you is all of this data that Chris just went through for each one of these schools resides on this summary page, but it's all in comparison to all of your other schools. So this takes a little minute to load. So survey results district-wide, let's put it that way. You guys had 17, almost 1,780 participants, which is pretty good when you're trying to get a pulse of the community. So all of that information, your capacity, so you're looking at here right now today, you have 47 over optimal capacity, which means you're pretty tight, but you can actually look at the demographics out, 7 years, and it's kind of showing you your growth and what it's going to produce for you and the number of students that you're going to need to house. Facility condition, again, just brings all that data together and you can sort it by, if I only want to look at elementary schools or if I only want to look at the time frame, just grab the elementary schools, grab the time frame, that would be just the tenure, and we can pull up all the data. This just helps you prioritize. If we want to do facilities that need the least attention, we can always pull up that data. Full repair costs, again, this will just tell you which ones are the most expensive. Best to sort this by cohort as well, because always high schools are going to cost more than middle schools and elementary schools just due to the size. We've tagged everything that is what we consider a Prop 2 requirement, so that everybody knows why that data is here, your enrollment trends. So this just tells you right now where you are, where you're going to be in 2031, and what that change number is, and then you can sort that by year if you'd like as well. And then finally, it just gets down to all of the actual schools down below. The cost for the program, you can sort through this by campus, by cohort, by project type, whatever you want to do, so you can actually look at building a program district-wide and not just campus-wide. So with that, I am going to turn it back over to someone here.
A lot of information. It's a great report, and it's a live document. So as the district enrollment grows every year, the information could be put in here, and it changes as, you know, we go year by year. So any questions for the team? I know they hit you with a lot of info tonight.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate you on this. I know, I think Jen and I might have had three sneak previews of this over the last several months, but this really is a phenomenal tool. And I'm sure you probably told me this already, and I already forgot, but is this a unique product? Is this like the first ever? I mean, this is so dynamic, and talk about transparency, public transparency. You don't get more transparent than this. So I'm just curious, is this like groundbreaking?
And it is, because I was talking to Kevin prior to the meeting tonight, and the last facility comprehensive report that I put together did not have this information. The fact that it's web-based and you can make the adjustments right there is really cutting edge, and I want to compliment Kevin and his team for doing what they've done. Go ahead and talk some more.
I hope you get awards for this, but this is only appropriate because on our striving to be the #1 school district in the state of California, of course, we need to have the #1 public transparency of our facilities. So, thank you.
It's a great tool moving forward. It's a really, especially with the deferred maintenance side of the house, it gives you real-time data that we can work with.
And we did submit this for an award.
Good. Well, you know what? They'll be fools not to give it to you. So.
Yeah.
And, sorry, I also have a comment. I want to say as well, this is just awesome, especially that I understand that websites can be a little hard to navigate through. So the fact that you guys took your time and explained how this works, and then the transparency is just awesome. And you guys, me and Addie are over here commenting like, wow, they're popping off. This is so cool. So, and I remember pushing my ASB class to take this survey, and I was like, no, do it. We have to see what, this is our chance to get our voice heard. So just seeing that you guys made it into a website and we can actually navigate through it. And I'm for sure gonna show them tomorrow, because they're probably not watching the board meeting, but I'm really excited and just good job.
Just want to make it clear, the website is only going to be up until midnight, and then it's going to be password protected. Just for a little while longer. We got to add the educational specification component to this.
Okay.
And then I believe you're pretty close to the December date for going live.
December. We can do
Okay, I'll wait until December.
No, I have like the same comments. I was like so amazed by this, and I'll talk more about the conference later, but I spoke with a lot of students earlier this week about their districts and like transparency, especially on LCAPs in particular. And I'm just like amazed that my district is like so cutting edge like this. And I'm so excited for parents, students, and families to like be able to look at this and yeah.
Right. Mr. President, I have some, I'll put my technocrat hat. Are you going to host this on your cloud somewhere, or you are going to give it to FCSCD?
No, we host it on a yearly basis. It's already covered for 5.
Okay.
And then, as you may know, now every 5 years, they require you to update your
Yep,
master
yep,
plan
yep.
anyway, so it's just kind of all built into the equation.
Yeah, thank you. Again, this is so wonderful. Only thing is, yes, the sampling is good, 1,700 out of 23,000 people, plus 50,000 parents, right? So maybe when it comes to the execution, I think encouraging through the students and parents give their opinion rather than only 10 for baseball, we would like to see 500 there. I mean, that's the true representation when we collect the data.
We can open up the survey for another 2 weeks or whatever, but I had to get the word out to get people to take it.
I will say we did a lot of groundwork on putting the survey out. It was out on pages. I know we were getting Parent Square communication from the district as parents to go on and do the survey like weekly. And it was going out on social pages. So, I mean, I'm not really sure how much more. It does require the parents to have to actively go in and do it too, but I mean, we were getting it, and I mean, even people were sharing it like on some of the Nextdoor pages and different things like that even, so.
This is the after the survey data, so this is going to be locked. Okay.
Just
Yeah.
temporarily.
Temporarily.
Yeah, we opened it up just because it's the exhibit to the board agenda item.
Yes.
And then at midnight tonight, it goes back into lock mode.
Yeah, but is it going to be open for surveys again in the future? That's my question.
Oh, for the survey?
For the people, public, this one.
Yeah, in December.
In December?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. But
Bringing it back in December.
yeah, this is outstanding. My only comment I can give, when you guys are checking on the radio boxes, all are dark, but the checked one is white. But the human tendency is other way around. I just want to put that out there in your mind.
It actually is.
Yeah.
I was just going too fast.
You're going too
So-
fast. Thank you. No, this is wonderful. I live in IT world. This is fantastic. I echo my colleagues and board members.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Right. Any other comments from the board? Thank you so much. That was amazing.
I knew.
We have to also congratulate our facilities committee because they were providing a lot of data for this. So, I mean, it has been a labor of love. So congratulations to you guys as well.
All right, we'll go on to item 12B, Folsom Ranch School, Middle School Schematic Design Update. Superintendent?
Yeah, and also would like to compliment the board on your foresight a year ago and how important this would be for us. So thank you for that, because that doesn't happen without your support. So up next on B, more facilities. As Trustee Reed talked about earlier, we are about 10% of districts in the state are growing, and we have that amazing opportunity because of the growth in our district. So we have an update on the updated Folsom Ranch High School / middle school schematic design. And look, some similar people from DLR are behind you, Craig. And you go ahead and start the presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, so Jeremy Kosak is going to join Chris. Jeremy's been spearheading the design for the new school. We're in the schematic design phase, which leads us into the next future phases of the design. And the information that we're presenting tonight is driving us to the next phases so we can have complete construction drawings. So I'll hand it over to Jeremy. Or Chris.
I'll take it. Okay, thank you, President Clark, board members, Superintendent Swanson, and staff. We are so excited to be able to present to you the schematic design for the new middle school, high school. As we kind of go through this is really a snapshot in time for the design, as we have been furthering the design from this point. So it is moving along somewhat at light speed, but we have been meeting with a lot of people along the way. And we have been meeting with the district, and we do have the General Oversight Committee that we have been meeting with which is several people here in this room as well. Our own design team, that is just a small amount of people that are listed there. There's so many other people behind the scenes that have been working on this project on a daily basis, including our consultant team as well. And not only are all these people listed here, there are so many more that we've been meeting with, which include what Jeremy's going to go over right now.
Yeah, so before I start, I just want to say thank you for having us and having the opportunity to work on this fantastic project. I've worked with many districts and worked with many workshops, and I have to say this word's been used quite a bit tonight, transparency, right? Transparency, collaboration. And so this is just a visual. There's a lot of information up here, but this is just a visual. So like Chris mentioned, we are finishing up schematic design phase. This is a great visual to show transparency and collaboration. We have our weekly district meetings with some of the folks that were on the past slide. We had 29 user group meetings. I'm not going to go over them, but we've had already over 100, okay? And we're only about halfway through the process. So we've met with everybody.
So our process really started, last year, with which was a quick design charrette that really we wanted to understand what the district has done in the past as far as designs, and also looking at the educational specification within the district, and really bringing all that together and really starting to map out what could this really start to look like early on. And then as we started moving along and having visioning workshops with the Journal Oversight Committee and a couple of the board members here, and looking and envisioning what some of the spaces could be, and looking at photographs of other schools that have been done, and addressing transparency, looking at safety and security, looking at collaboration, looking at what does the classroom really want to be and start to look like. So we talked a lot about that and through this DOT exercise to really understand the direction that the school wanted to go from the district members as well, and really had some really great conversations. And then again, just more workshops, even an internal workshop in our office, to really think about the design and the layout, to really making sure that we were not only designing a very student-centered, collaborative school and environment for the students of the school, but also making sure that it's safe and secure as well. So that'll come up a lot. You'll see a lot of that within the design. But as we do start going through the design, I also want to say the renderings, there's really no color to it. We're waiting for branding. We're waiting for the school name. We're waiting for the school colors to really start to infuse some of that into the exteriors and the interior of the project. So when you do start to see imagery, that is still to come, just so you know.
All right, so as I mentioned before, we've definitely had over 100 meetings at this point, and this is just a visual of all these groups that we've met with. So Addie over here, I think we met with ASBs. So, we've met with all these groups 2 or 3 times just within schematics. And now that we're moving into design development, we are regrouping with those same groups to make sure that we heard them, we picked up all their comments. So again, it's been a process. So I wanted to go over our schedule. There's a lot of information here, so I wanted to go over it from a high level. So I just want to touch on a couple of our key milestones here. So currently, we are finishing up this phase, design development, at the end of December, and we'll be moving on to our last phase of construction documents. The plan is to submit for plan review in summer of 2026, and we plan to have groundbreaking for construction right after the rainy season in 2027. One of the most important goals here is to have the school open with kids in seats in fall of 2029. So I wanted to show you, as of right now, there's nothing out there, right? It's a new development. To the east, we have some houses that have already been built. To orient yourself, the road on the south is White Rock, and then we have Oak Avenue on the east, and we have Mangini to the north. Okay? So by the time this school is built, you'll have a development to the north, and you'll have development to the west.
Was that a Scott Road on the other side? The tiny road going, is that Scott Road?
So this is White Rock Avenue on the south. So fast forwarding, this is just an impression of what it could look like. So we'll get into the details, but again, this is just our schematics. It's the full plan for middle school and the high school. Okay, so here's a more blown up version of middle school, high school. And so I kind of want to talk to you from like a high level. So on the west side, we have the middle school. The blue line in the center is what's going to differentiate the two schools. So we have the high school on the east side. But what's really special about this project is the shared spaces between them. Okay, so if you look right between those, you see that we have three buildings, and we'll kind of get into more details of that. But what I really wanted to point out here was our main concept for the project, which you can clearly see here, is what we're calling the learning walk. So this really is supposed to ease transitional learning from the middle school to the high school. And at the very central hub, we have our library, and I'll kind of go into that more detail. But as you can see that we have all these anchor buildings on each side, and then we have that center building. So that's where all the students can come together. The last thing that I'll point out before we go on to the next one, just because it's gonna cut off some of this. So on the high school side, I just wanted to point out some of the big ticket items. So north parking lot, that is staff and visitor. That is also going to be our student drop-off and parent drop-off. On the east side off of Oak Avenue, this will be our student bus drop-off, in addition to high school student parking. I just want to go over the fields real quick because that is not going to be shown on the next slide. So in the scope of work, we have a football stadium with concessions and a team room. We have a maintenance building that will be out to service the fields. That will also be a joint building when the middle school's built. We have 2 softball fields, 2 baseball fields, 1 soccer field, 1 additional field, which would just, as of open right now, we have 10 hard courts, 8 tennis courts, and all the track and field activities. So I'll let you digest that for a second, and then we'll kind of move on. So moving on to the high level of the high school here. So again, just to orient you, we have Mangini on the north, we have Oak Avenue on the east, and this is going to be our phase 1 that's going to be built. Okay. So I want to work my way from the north, and I'll work my way south. It is going to be a lot of information, so I do want to go slow, make sure that we kind of all follow. So on the north,
Jeremy, if you're going through, this is YK, please point the students' drop-off locations where in the picture. When you're going through, you don't have to tell me right now, because that's the nightmare for most of our schools here.
Absolutely.
And now we are combining 2 gigantic schools. How many drop-off and pick-up locations, right? Just please go through, and I want to pay attention to that.
Absolutely. So you know what? I'm actually going to just go back 1 slide because I just want to point out that our middle school parking lot is going to be on the west side.
You might need to turn around and look at the
Oh,
window.
sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, now you just shared the whole presentation
All right.
in like 1 second.
All right, so on the middle school side, they are gonna have their own bus drop-off and their own separate parking. And so they will have their own entrance that is adjacent to the intersection to the north.
Is 1 entrance, 1 drop-off entrance? Okay, it's like a FMS.
Currently, yes.
I can see it already. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So I will point out here that we do have the main parking. As I mentioned, that we do have this long drop-off, which is great because what we want to do, we have so much queuing, and we know that's a big issue on other campuses. So what we're really trying to do is bring all the cars. This is going to be our main drop-off. And what we really want to do is make sure they come all the way to the end of the drop-off, where we will have our celebrated entry. And then we also have our celebrated entry for the bus. And so that will be before and after school, where the gates can be open. However, once school starts, there will be a single point of entry where they have to check in at the shared administration building. Okay. So going from there, we're going to work our way south. So we do have the shared administration building. This will be the high school. It is 1 building with a covered breezeway. And what's great about that is it allows a lot of light into all the offices and the other shared spaces in there. Directly south will be our future library. Again, that will be at the hub of the campus, coming down from our learning walk. Directly south of that, we will have our shared food service. It will have an independent NPR located here. And then when the middle school is built, they will have their own independent NPR here. Okay. Working our way to the north side of the campus. This is what you would be coming into off of Mangini. We have our 2-story science building. First floor is science, and the second floor is chemistry. And what's great about that connection is directly south, we have our CTE building and some of our visual arts. And this is also a 2-story building. So what's great is we have direct connection, and we also have opportunities to have out here, which I'll kind of get into as we kind of go further. So what we're really trying to do is create these spaces and the adjacencies that all connect to this learning walk and really take you through this experience. Okay. Next building over will be our 2-story core classroom building. So first floor core classrooms, second floor core classrooms. In a future phase, when there will be a secondary classroom, and this will actually be the same classroom, just mirrored, and it will be connected with the bridge. At the video at the end, we'll kind of see some of these images, and so we'll kind of talk through that. On the east side, this will be our Performing Arts Center in the future, and which is going to be a great focal point right here on the corner of Oak and Mangini. What's great about phase one is that we do have drama, band, and choir included, and those will be the instructional spaces here. And that's actually going to anchor the learning walk from the library all the way to the end. Working our way south, we will have a full gymnasium. To the west, off the gym, we will have locker rooms, and we also have a weight room that will open up to this athletic plaza. The program on the north side will be dance and wrestling, and we also have an additional classroom space for instructional. In a future phase, this dashed line will be an auxiliary gym, and they will both be have direct access. What's really nice about the way this is developed is that the stadium is dropped about 10 feet, which really gives a great opportunity to have these academics out here, collaboration, and the most important thing is it really provides opportunities for graduations, dance, because this will be up higher and you'll have a really great view coming down lower. Working our way west, this is our last two-story building. Again, we have CTE on the bottom. In addition to CTE, we will have an outdoor yard. There's also ceramics on the first floor. And then I definitely want to touch on this because this is our student government. What really tied this design together as we met with all these user groups is we have our administration, so our principal, direct sight lines to our student union. We have ASB government. They have direct sight lines. They also have an outdoor area to be doing arts and crafts, whatever they need to do. And then that's also right across from our food service. So this is what we're gonna be calling our student union. There will be a recessed amphitheater there where it's plenty large for multiple people. And it's also a gathering place. Last thing that I'll mention here is that there will be a remote servery station over here that will be separate and independent from the food service. So that really creates this little central hub of the school. Okay. Last thing that I'll point out is this is our concessions building and our tickets.
So real quick, Jeremy mentioned the idea of this academic learning walk, which really became the concept for the project. And as you saw on the site plan, you noticed that the buildings were kind of at different angles as they kind of moved along. And that's really to kind of give you this idea that you're meandering through that learning walk. And it's really about this idea of nature and really bringing in the idea of the outdoors and tree canopies, and some of the aspects of the surrounding Folsom and the creeks in the area. But I think also, most importantly, it's about the in-between spaces that are created with the buildings and creating these moments and nodes outside where students can have outdoor learning areas or social gathering areas, different areas for students to either gather or perform or have lunch in some aspects. And then also making sure that there are areas that are also covered, protected from the elements, whether it be rain or sun as well. There's also overhangs that you will see in a moment with the buildings that also help in creating that shade as well along this learning walk as you move through it in the project.
Great, so we're gonna go through a couple renderings, some still shots. Like Chris said, this is from the schematic, so we've definitely pushed it. And at the very end, we'll kind of walk through an aerial video, and we'll kind of walk through all the scope as well. So this would be looking at the corner of Mangini and Oak, if you're looking south. The new development would be to the north. And what we're looking at is that performing arts center that would be built in the future, okay? That would be right there on the corner. Right behind that is our choir, music, and drama. So choir, music, drama will be wrapping here. So again, that'll be our anchor point of that learning walk. From this view, you can really see how that's starting to develop. This is where we have our main gym. Auxiliary gym, when it's built, will be located here. And then you can kind of see that stadium and that athletic plaza that we'd be creating here. Also point out that those two classroom buildings, when built, would be located here, and they would be the frontage of the school. Excuse me. And then kind of going back, those are the other spaces. Okay, so this is a view looking from Mangini, looking south. So Oak Avenue's here. We have White Rock Expressway here. This would be the front entrance of the high school. That drop-off that I was discussing would be located here. That celebrated entrance for the school would be located down here. When those gates are closed, our single point of entry would be coming down here to the administration. Okay, so when the full campus is built, this would be the frontage that we're looking at.
I have to ask, you keep on saying celebrated entrance. I'm trying to imagine in my mind what that means.
So what that means is if we're coming over here, we don't want to advertise this as our main entrance because everybody's going to stop here and they're going to cause the queuing to back up. So what we're really trying to do is create this, this entry plaza. So there's going to be maybe a freestanding shade structure. And so this is the idea where students can come in with the bus drop off. In addition to that, if you have site management, you can really control both of those access points versus if you're over here, you have the bus drop off. So that was the design intent.
So basically like a grand plaza entrance is what you're.
Yeah,
okay.
Mainly for students, because really we want the admin building to really be that main entrance, right? That's where our flagpoles is gonna be. That's where everybody's gonna know to go to check in. But you still need to have these multiple areas to be able to come into the campus from different parking lots and so forth for the students. But it's mainly going to be that drop off so that everybody isn't stopping right at that admin building right up front. We need to bring them all the way through the drop off. So speaking of the administration building, and again, it doesn't have the name of the school on it. It doesn't have any school colors or any other identifying marks. So really what we're saying here is we have this entry into the admin. We have this glass element here that is transparent into that lobby space. So not only to identify it as the lobby, but also for the reception desk to be able to see out and see who's coming from the parking lots and approaching the building. There is a vestibule going into that lobby space also. So there is the opportunity to be buzzed into the building. There is also gates here. So after being checked in or checking in at attendance, you do have the ability to be buzzed in here as well during the day. So all of the other gates and everything would be closed during the day. So everybody would have to come through this main entry into this administration. Jeremy mentioned that there is a breezeway through here. We have separated the admin components of the admin, and that is mainly also to really maximize daylight into a lot of the office spaces as well, to give everybody some exterior wall space. And just making sure that we have all the shared components in that main building, and then really we're dedicating the side buildings to high school and then middle school. So real quick, this is an aerial view of what that main quad space is. You see here in the foreground, that is that remote servery component to be able to utilize for its food service during lunchtime. And then you see that amphitheater area right here as that main hub. You see the library over here. Off to the right here that you don't see is where the admin is. The principal and the APs have a nice view of this whole area. And also, we wanted to make sure that that ASB portion, kind of as you start to move down towards the ground here, across that main quad space, you do see ASB over here that would have that relationship to the students and this quad. And then also the multi-purpose area right here, you see roll-up doors to inside of the dining space to the outside dining space. So you have this great indoor-outdoor connection for the students for lunch and other activities during the day. I did the same thing you just did. And then as we go down that learning walk from that main quad, we have our, these are the two-story classroom buildings. You see that bridge connection that eventually will happen once the phase 2 building comes online. And again, everything is fairly neutral in color. Color has not come yet, so we will get there. This is just showing a quick interior of one of the classrooms, a typical classroom, to where you have full marker boards on a wall with your view screen. And then again, making sure that we have that daylight in, you have transparency happening to the corridor. This is just an image of what that circulation path looks like, but it also shows you some of the collaboration space that happens within the building, and having a pen-up space, acoustical treatment, you've got marker surfaces in the area, and then also you see here some fixed seating, not only to show you what the circulation path is, but to kind of say, hey, this is a collaboration space. You have this kind of high top laptop bar you can plug in into this thing as well. So this would happen in both of the classroom buildings. You would also see this similarly in the science and I believe, one more. Just again, and just another image of what the circulation areas would look like in common spaces. And I think we're gonna go into video.
All right, so I'll kind of walk through this again. This is going to be the completed campus. So we have the Performing Arts Center. We do have the 2 classroom buildings here. Science building here. It'll slow down. And again, our shared administration building, the middle school. So now we're on the middle school side. This would be that entrance that we were just talking about. Middle school does have single-story buildings at this point. It would have another anchor point similar to the high school of our gym. They would have fields, but what this is really going to show you is that learning walk coming from the middle school. Like Chris said, there's going to be a lot of opportunities that we're going to start exploring, and this essentially is going to end again at that library. And we have that food service located here, and this is going to be that central student union that Chris was just talking about. Okay. As we're flying through here, this will be our science building. Another view of the learning walk going into our classroom buildings. And now what we're going to do is kind of take a point of view walk. So as we're coming in through the bus drop-off, so to your point, this would be like that main hub, that celebrated entry in that plaza would be located here. You do have these small breakout spaces that will be for shade and for rain. We do have that second-story classroom building located here. And this, we're walking through some of the spaces. So under the cover here, there would be a lot of seating opportunities, shade opportunities. And as we're walking further down, this is our gym to the left. As Chris mentioned, that would be our classroom building with the stair and bridge. Continuing down our learning walk, this is our secondary classroom building. And now we're getting into behind the locker rooms. So this would be the locker rooms behind the gym. They have direct access out to the fields. And this is our very special CTE visual arts building that's directly across from science. And this is what you have the connection to between the two. And this is where we end, as Chris mentioned. So this will be our student union. That remote survey will be located here. directly adjacent from the food service, our ASB student government, our library, which is the central hub of the school, and then we have the administration that is off to the center. We're going to be going through, so this is the food service. This would be our lunch shelter. There will be some skylights in there so it's not too dark. Really bring in that light and that natural feel. And again, that will be our shared library, administration building, and zoom out. This thing that I'll point out. So administration, again, that single building, breezeway where you can kind of see those overhangs, and then library and food service.
So that's it. So, do we have any questions?
Yeah, I did. Have you ever considered looking into like energy efficiency, solar charging stations? Especially for those who drive electric vehicles or even solar panels, that wouldn't make it look too gaudy, but, you know, kind of uniform with the rooftops or anything. Have you guys ever put any consideration into that?
We have, and we'll be required to have solar panels. Yeah,
It is.
It's all required by code. Charging stations required by code.
Awesome.
So we'll have all
Okay.
that.
Good. Yeah. Any other questions?
Actually, I'm going to let YK touch on it. I think you were going to talk about the single entrance exit for the middle school.
Certainly. But before I go, I just want to give, big round of applause, starting with that side. All the hard work is there. I can see it. The staff at, Craig, I know you're brand new, but, yeah, I just want to, I know I missed that one last time. I just want to touch on that first. Thank you. It's a lot of work, a lot of support work, right? Jeremy, it's easy to put one box here, one box there, right? I'm just kidding. I have been visiting, I'm sitting here because I elected in the from the office, and I did my campaign heavy in front of schools. Folsom Middle School, that's the reason I said single entrance for 1,671 cars. Single entrance, right? Ants kind of speed. So I just want to put that out there in case you guys have already gone through that and looked at it. Not, as long as, two sides entrances, two sides drop-offs, whether it's all, that's perfect. Right now, it is. And even on the Folsom High School also, to the parking lot, we have two entrances to the parking lot. One, you as soon as exit from the freeway, all the people, they can right away get into the stadium and upside. So
Yeah, so I just wanted to share that we are working on that and be scheduling meetings with the city of Folsom. We do have a traffic engineer involved. Obviously, the complexity is Mangini Parkway and Oak Avenue are larger thoroughfares. And based on city regulations, you are limited with the amount of controlled intersections that you are allowed to have on a busy street. And so that is why our entrances are very limited and defined. We will be having conversations about whether those are signalized entrances or traffic circles, because it's traffic circle first. It has a better flow to what they have, but they do promote traffic circles now, which is supposed to help with some of that flow as well. And so the main reason I just want to say is we are very sensitive to the issues and the single entrance, and we are working with the traffic engineer to make it the best possible that we can with the limitations that we have.
the reason why I'm making that point, again, we're talking Folsom. Right now on the north side of the Folsom, we have 23,000 homes. South side, 11,600 homes, exactly half of the city. All are going to the same two schools. And right now, I did a 1-month traffic control at Folsom Middle School. Their traffic ends at 8:35. High school traffic ends at 8:25. Even though we have 15 minutes gap, means everybody is coming. I just want to put those, I'm giving the practical things in front of you. You guys are great engineers, think smart and, we can fight back with city of Folsom on the traffic side. It's at the end of the day, our kids and the city of Folsom residents. I just want to put that out there. My other things, I know I'm passionate on the canopy. If you visited city, Costco, anybody? Costco built in 2007. If you see the parking lot in peak August, 115 degrees, how big is those trees? Like this. It's not really a canopy. So please think about a real canopy. Because when the kids are coming out at 3 o'clock on the August and September, it is 100, 110 degrees in this area. Burning, right? So I just want to put that out there. Put the real canopy trees up there. And I have been right now advocating to City of Folsom by going to the South of 50 Planning Commission meetings. My last one is my favorite. I know you have committees, you talk to so many people and all those. I'm a safety guy. I mostly look at my safety lenses. Likewise, do we have any person in your committee discussions like Sean Martin, who is the dollars guy? Because it's important. You can put all those great, I know my two colleagues are awesome, but the dollars comes at the end from the contractors and all those, right? I just want to put that those people are already part of your conversations.
If you recall, we do have third-party value engineering as part of the process to look and review the costs as we develop the project.
That's too late for me. The reason why.
They've already started. So it's following the process from schematic design all the way through. So we've already had a couple of sessions to talk about, the structural systems and the larger items. And then as the project moves to design development, we will get into more granular, methodologies of how we can massage and still meet quality and program, but save dollars as well.
Yeah.
So that is part of the process. We also have the contractor that's doing estimate and constructability as well. And of course, Shauna is always involved.
Yeah. Again, it's a lessons learned for us. We enjoy the Alder Creek and Manjini Ranch, and we suffer with the cost too, with the high paying property taxes there at the peak. So I just want to put that out there. Otherwise, that's awesome. I know I was telling Superintendent Swanson about that. I think we have to go to the bigger bond, brother. Yeah, that's all I can see there. 1B. Anyway, thank you again. I just want to put that out there. But the really, I definitely is going to probably talk to my colleagues, or maybe, yes, I'm meeting you, Craig, about all that, the tier 2, whatever we just now talked, the sub-vendors and all those, how that is going to be working. Okay, I'll talk to you offline on that one. But otherwise, Jeremy, this is a great design. I loved it.
Thank you very much.
I would also tell you too that as we go through this process, I mean, Jeanette's been there, we're like, that looks expensive, cut it. Look, that looks expensive, cut it, So we're very like price conscious through those things of nothing that's, that bookshelf doesn't look necessary, cut it, and I think what we're really looking at is specifically like on finishes and things like that, high perceived costs, but good value to it. I know we're gonna be talking about some of the finishes and really deep diving onto a good, better, best scenario, and getting to those things where they look nice, but also I think where we're really concerned is like where the longevity of the finishes and things like that are going to be from the flooring and things like that too. So I know every time we were in there, we're like, that looks too expensive. Like we should not do those. So I know the whole committee is pretty on top of, and that's not just from David and my standpoint, but everyone in the room is very conscious about what that cost is going to come in at, because I think we're very sensitive to the public perception of that overbuilt. So
awesome. I think more lenses are there. I enjoy that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 2 questions from me. One question, the first question will be a whimsical question, and the second question will be a serious question. So the whimsical one first. Where is the Matt Washburn pool going? Is that...
We had it zoned for down here on the south.
All right, okay. The serious question, though, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is probably more a staff question. I know the goal here was that we would be able to reuse this conceptual design for the comprehensive Rancho Cordova High School that will be coming in the years after this one is constructed. Is that still the case?
That's the ideal. We have not gotten that far. Obviously, there's the original design that fits on Mather Morrison Creek's property, which is a different shape than this one. Being a campus style, obviously there's a lot more flexibility within the buildings to reorganize and shape them, but we haven't gotten to that next step of how this would like translate to that property.
I wonder if we might, on the next 2x2 with the city of Rancho Cordova, give this same presentation to them. This would be the time, if the shape of the Mather Morrison property doesn't accommodate this design, I wonder if this is the time to have that conversation and perhaps before things are built out there and realign it, because the more we can copy this, the more we're going to save the taxpayers in the future.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's the goal. But like I said, we just haven't reversed it because we're just barreling forward trying to meet the timeline of this one. But the objective is to have that sharing across the sites.
Okay, and I love it. You guys are really doing a wonderful job. I remember the original design that we started going down the path of, which was interesting as well. But this one, I love this design. So good job. And, we just need to get a bond passed and let's get this built. We need it. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, this is a discussion item, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll move on to item C, overview of high school scheduling structures and impacts on graduation credits. Superintendent?
Yeah, so last time Julie was here to present this, I think it was in the 11:35 hour back on June 6th. So we got you a little bit earlier at 9:38, Julie. So we're excited to see you. As a reminder to the board, more seriously, we were presenting this to answer questions from the board around, I guess we'll use the same word, transparency around all our three high schools all have different schedules. Those are included in this presentation that Julie's going to cover, but the board just had some it's had some questions about the impacts of that on our students and our budget and the facilities. And so this presentation covers that. And Julie, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Board President and Board and Superintendent Swenson. I'm Julie Werner. I'm the District Lead Counselor. I'm here to talk to you about the schedules and how credits play into for students that go to our three different comprehensive high schools. This first slide shows you a comparison of our three comprehensive high schools and the different periods that they have in their schedules, the 7-period day, 6-period day, and the 4x4. It shows you that over 4 years at Cordova High, a student has the potential to take 28 classes, at Folsom High, 24 classes, and at Vista, 32 classes. If you compare that to graduation requirements, at Cordova, 79% of the courses they take are graduation requirements. At Folsom High, 91% of the courses they take are graduation requirements. And at Vista, 69% of the courses they take are graduation requirements. Similar information, but in a different graphic. 22 classes needed to graduate. At Vista, they have an opportunity to take 32. At Cordova, 28, and at Folsom High, 24. I just want to talk briefly about college entrance requirements and how that relates to this. We call the college entrance requirements the A through G requirements, and if a student is eligible to go to a 4-year college, they are an A through G completer. There are 15 courses a student must complete with a C or higher to be A through G eligible. If you compare that to our FCUSD graduation requirements, there are only 3 differences from what we require for graduation compared to college entrance requirements. Those are represented here in those white boxes. Students must take a year of math over and above IM2, and they must also take 2 levels of language other than English. Those are over and above our requirements, and that makes them college eligible if they make those 3 choices. If we incorporate the 15 classes that they must take for it being A through G eligible, and then there are also some graduation requirements that we have that don't fall in the A through G category. For example, our PE courses, our health course, those are different than the college entrance, so those are represented there in the pink. It shows you for each of our 3 schools how many more extra over and above graduation, college entrance. That's how much space a student has to take even over and above or to remediate at each of our 3 sites. And this final slide shows you the comparison of the staff needed to run a school of our size at these schedules. So for Vista del Lago, 4x4, we need 1 teacher per 26.25 students. At Cordova, 1 teacher per 25, and at Folsom, 1 teacher per 29.5. These were the population of the general ed students in July of 2025, and that the next column shows you the staffing needed for that many students. The next column after that would be the staffing needed at each of those sites for 4x4, and then the cost difference to have that increase or decrease in staff is represented there in the last column. That is the information I am here to share with you. Do you have any questions?
All right. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Could you just go to the slide, or, yeah, page 5? All I'm going to say is this graph is worth 1,000 words, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the board?
The 10 versus the 2 is just really hard to, is like almost not palatable. I mean, even if we could get them to 6, but to only have 2 additional classes, and even sitting with the students yesterday on those classes, and what came through from the, students that I sat with was choice for them was super important. And when we have only 2 classes that you have where you can physically choose what you are passionate about, that just feels so limiting on, them kind of like spreading their wings on what things they are interested in. I mean, even if we can get them to 6, I would, I'd love to get them all to 10, but even, I mean, it's so inequitable for Folsom High. It's hard to look at it almost.
I will clarify that the pink category, those 7, those also do include electives. So there are 55 elective credits required for graduation. And so that's kind of a little bit misleading in that there is some choice in there, but I understand what you're saying, that the extra, the space to go over and above, the space to remediate, that's what's not.
Yeah, well, at Vista, then you get 17 choices versus at Folsom, you get 9.
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't,
Right.
it almost doesn't make it worse. It almost makes it worse.
I think what you just said is actually the more important piece is the remediation piece, because at Folsom High, there is less room to remediate and to be able to get those A through G credits and to be able to have the option or the choice to go to a 4-year college, where some kids struggle with certain subject areas and have to take it twice, and that's their choice, and that's it, and that's it. If you want to go to a 4-year college, then you are retaking your math class 2 times, or so I think that's the biggest thing. Like, yes, electives are important, and yes, finding those passion things that kids want to go and explore more once they are at a college. But what this shows is taking away the opportunity to even go to a 4-year college if there is a class or classes that they are not able to remediate, and knowing pretty well that Folsom High also doesn't have the opportunities for remediation outside of the classroom time that other schools do too, is another, it's kind of even more of an impact on that two extra class options. So I think that when we're looking at it, all of the positive classes and like the classes where they can choose and love and explore is important. But the biggest thing is ensuring that all of our students can be A through G when they graduate. And I think that our goal should be that every student is A through G when they graduate, so they have that option and they have those choices. But this eliminates that option for a lot of students.
You know, I know we are fond of saying recently that our goal is to be the #1 school district in the state of California. I would just pose the question, would the #1 school district in the state of California have this graph? And I'll just leave it as a question. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Just for the record, I'm noticing on this particular one, it is a recommended motion. However, this is just a discussion item. I am almost certain that this will be back on the agenda for action item, so.
Well, for the record, changing schedules is it's an FCEA elected voted item, so it wouldn't be something that the board has the luxury of voting on. So it'd have to go. I don't know what's officially called. Go out to vote. What's it called, Jeanette?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also, it's more complex than just that, but can I ask a quick question?
You may.
Can you move to slide 6?
Actually, for the benefit of people listening online, can maybe come up to the microphone. Thank you.
So, I don't know if I'm reading this correctly. So, and maybe this was the question I was going to ask you. Sure. Is Folsom costing $1 million less than Vista, or is it the other way around?
The 4x4 block schedule is the more expensive option based on the percentage of time teachers are teaching. So
It used to be just like $300,000. Why has it increased?
That's the cost to make Folsom High
Yes.
a 4x4. So that's,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yep.
you got it.
Okay, so that's what I was
Thank you,
wondering.
Sean.
Okay, so those are the costs, and at CHS, it would actually
yes.
benefit for them to go to a 4x4 because it would actually cost us less?
Yeah, currently Cordova High teachers teach 5 of 7 periods,
Correct.
and they would go to 6 of 8. So 5 of 7 is 71% of their day, and 6 of 8 is 75% of their day. So,
Right.
Does
But
that
that's the
also
structure
mean-
for IB, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
say.
but you
I
can't
mean,
have an 8-period day in IB.
All right, so that's what I wanted to go ahead and ask. Thank you for but I will go ahead and say this much. Even though those numbers, if you look at the summer school rates, Vista doesn't have any kids that go to summer school.
Mm.
And we're paying a lot for summer school right now.
One other thing I just want to say on the point of remediation, just a nuance around A through G and graduation. So to be A through G eligible, you have to pass a class with a C or better. So you can actually pass a class and get R credits with a D and at the same time not be A through G. So that's a nuance around remediation. You can be on track to graduate English 10 first semester, get a D, but then want to remediate and you get a C or better to be A through G. So that's why that's important.
All right. Anything else from the board? Let's move on to item D, non-public school special education projection update.
Sean cheering on Executive Director Stricker to come to the microphone as requested by the trustees at the June 5th board meeting. This presentation is going to talk about non-public schools and a projection with lots of things. I know Jason's been working really hard on this with his team, and so please take it away.
Good evening. Good evening, President Clark, trustees, and Mr. Swanson. Jason Stricker, Executive Director of Special Education, and wanted to come back by come back through and talk through the concept of non-public schools and a little bit of why they even exist in our system, and then how they play a role in our system. So I do want to keep this in mind that as we go through this slide deck, every number that relates to a student is a student. It's a family for us that, you know, the process of making a decision about their child being supported in a non-public school is a very difficult one. And so as we look at the numbers, just keeping in mind it's numbers, but there are families about connected to every one of these slides. So every district has a small population of students that does have kind of very specific high-intensity needs. Those needs typically revolve around social, emotional, and behavioral supports, and they require a really thoughtful conversation with parents about how best to serve those students. Typically, safety of students, staff, or other students is a big reason to justify the need to consider a different placement through a non-public agency. And then it's really a partnership through an IEP, which is an individual education plan. That process of having meetings and coming to an agreement with a parent that a placement in a non-public school is really the last resort for us to best serve a student when all of our in-district programs have been exhausted. This slide was very interesting. I found that the Sacramento area has a very unique concentration of non-public schools. If we look at different parts of the state and just the role that non-public agencies play in our area is kind of an outlier compared to other spaces. So this really has developed over the years as a specific industry. You can see that the state of California has a list of certified non-public school agencies, and our responsibility as a school district is to ensure that if a student goes to a particular facility, that it is a certified non-public school. So for our district, and year to year, they vary. These these programs open and close all the time. But for our area, we have 30 to 40 at any one time that are open compared to the other regions that you can see there. And then if you slide across to the far right column, you can see the percentage of students that attend these non-public schools. And for us, around 1,500 students in our area, this was from 2024, were attending non-public schools of the approximate 190,000 students in our region. What this has created is an industry that has really normalized students being in secluded programs away from their comprehensive educational spaces. In some cases, these have also led to parents, advocates, and attorneys preferring that students attend non-public programs due to the concerns about risks of suspension or expulsion, or some other variable around the trust of the school district and the family. Those are often some of the reasons why a parent might be interested in a non-public school placement for their child. This particular discussion excludes residential treatment facilities, which is a very different conversation. Very, very small number of students attend residential treatment, but those are very expensive programs as well. This graph here shows the percentage of students in the 6 districts here in the area, and you can see that compared to our neighbors, we're the second lowest district for percentage of students that attend non-public schools. This really has a lot to do with the kinds of specialty services, the intense behavior support team services that we have. This is timely with the conversation tonight about PBIS and our tiers of support. These services would definitely be, if tier 1 through 3 would be our typical PBIS model, we're talking about tier 4, tier 5 supports that students may need. And then this is a 5-year trend for our school district. So as you can see, the first row, the non-public agencies, so of the 30 or 40 agencies that are in the region, we consistently have had relationships with around 12 agencies over the years. And then the number of students served, you can see that post-COVID, we definitely had an increase beginning in 2022 with the number of students that kind of needed that intense support. And it's been roughly that 85 to 95 range since that point. What's changed significantly as you go down the columns here is just the cost to support roughly that same number of students. So the average cost for a student to receive support from a non-public school in 2022-23 was $45,000 was the annual cost for a student to attend a non-public school in our region. For this school year, the projection and the 25-26 column there is all projections. We're averaging about $94,000 per student. With the costs have just climbed very significantly during that time. So the impact here, if we think about the local control funding formulas, COLA being 19% from 2022-23 to present. In that same 4-year time, we've had an increase in the cost of non-public school costs of 101.5%. So that has been an increase of about $5.15 million in that time period. One of the pieces about that and an action that's been taken is because this is a issue that's affecting all of our school districts. And all of our neighboring districts have really worked to come together and kind of do joint negotiations with each of the non-public school agencies. We do that in the spring, and it's very much negotiations as you would think it would be. They come in with a number, we come in with a number. Neither one of us is really being honest when we start, to be honest, and we reach an agreement. I think the best part of that process, and this year was the first year that the school districts did it together, was there really is regardless of the school district, the costs are pretty comparable. We also have a group of students that move around from the school districts. So if my child is attending a non-public school district, or a non-public school, but in San Juan, and the family moves to us, the student continues in that same program. And so it's helpful for the joint negotiations that we kind of all have an idea of how much the costs are going to be. And that was very fruitful for us this spring. And I anticipate the same thing will continue, all of us as districts trying to manage this need that we have for our students. Felt like it was very productive and it was helpful. So moving forward, one of the pieces that we have an opportunity to do is using some of our existing resources, create the concept of a district steward around non-public schools. And the idea here is really trying to work in the best interest of the families. And I believe, and I think the vision is that to the extent students can be safe and be back in comprehensive programs, receiving all the supports that we would want them to be, those are better spaces for the students when they're ready. And so having a steward to really walk alongside the 100 families, 98 families that we have at the moment, and really see when students are ready to potentially come back to a comprehensive site. Also, the conversations about our partnerships with these non-public schools, and making sure that the directors of those campuses are letting us know when students are ready to come back. That is also something that is going to help us have a lead person to focus on that. That was just a realignment of staff within the special education department to focus one person's attention to do some of those pieces. In addition, continuing to just develop the behavior support systems that ensure all students that have high-intensity behaviors are safe, that we're building plans to keep them safe, and all of those around them, the staff and the other students. And that's another piece that is a strength of our program at the moment. And then I think the other piece here is just ensuring that that Folsom Cordova offers in-district programs when available. This is particularly important when families move from very small districts. So small districts in our area that might not have the continuum of programs we have, they may take advantage of non-public school programming maybe sooner than we might because we have more options in our program. So if a family moves in, and for this school year thus far, the only additional non-public school students we've added actually moved into the district and we're getting served in a non-public school already. So making sure that if a student comes from a program that may not have the kind of continuum we do, we really think about whether we can support that student and keep them in a program that has the pieces to it that we would want all of our students to receive. And I think finally here is really a consideration of what is a long-term vision here for programs that would allow students to remain in district and receive the level of support that they may need, but then also really help us kind of have a better sense of the cost of these things, and being able to at least predict the cost year to year and not rely so heavily on the need for these spring negotiations around where the non-public schools believe they can set their rates, but instead have something that we can confidently say, this is the allocation to support this group of students. So in summary, there is a need for specialized services that are available for a very specific group of students that are attending these non-public schools. I look forward to continuing to work on goals to support students in a way that recognizes these needs, but also creates some stability in our programs that are financially sustainable, while also not compromising on the services that a small number of our students do need. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a couple.
Ma'am?
If you go back to slide 5, and I think you sort of answered this, but the increase in cost is coming directly from the non-public schools increasing their costs on the students that are attending. Okay. And then looking at the numbers, the 63, 90, up to 98, how many of those students are returning to our schools out of the non-public schools? And I know that's the point of the steward, but our goal should always be to get them to the point where they can return. And so are these, is there natural attrition where these kids are going from first grade through 5th grade at a non-public school with no exit and no update? Because I know the non-public schools are not great at providing any information or updates in terms of these are the goals that they're here to meet and they've met them and let's exit them and back to public school?
So we do have a group of students that come back. I think last year we had 5 students come back. This year we've already had 2 students come back. We're in preparation for a 3rd student coming back. That was already in the works before the Stewart framework started. So there is a path back to our programs. I think for us, especially as we get into the opportunities for A to G pathways and getting into high school and making sure that our students have every opportunity, getting them back in junior high before they get to high school is a priority. On the other side, we fortunately have just more options for younger students. So trying to delay placement and support younger students in our comprehensive programs is really the goal as long as possible. But very young children, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, moving into non-public schools is absolutely a last resort. So when they do move into those spaces, that 3rd through 5th, 3rd through 7th grade is a time that in many cases, the programs are most successful to kind of accelerate their growth, or accelerate their skills in emotional regulation and safety and things like that. And so again, as we get to middle school, the goal is to get them back.
Perfect. And then, so all of the students that attend these schools have IEPs with goals. Are the goals written in a way that the goal is to exit them from this non-public school if it sees fit? I 100% understand there is a very small percentage of kids that we will not be able to serve. But is it written in their IEPs, in their goals to eventually return them to? And then how is that followed up by the non-public schools?
I think most of the goals and the critical tipping point around coming back is around safety. So usually their behavior goals are really the things in the data collection on the behavior goals. Non-public schools are very good about collecting data on behavior. Academics, communication, social skills, those are the areas that are so important to us that oftentimes there's a bit of a void in the information about that. But once we start to see that students are having very infrequent high-intensity episodes, that the behavior plan is something that fits into, consists of strategies that could be implemented in our programs, that's when we start to bring them back. I think one of the pieces that I'm so optimistic about the Stewart providing is reducing the delay in that conversation that they're ready to come back. So an IEP, the requirement of an IEP is to have one a year. You can't have an IEP that goes more than 12 months. So in some cases, the non-public schools will happily allow the student to reach their annual date. And then at the annual, they'll celebrate while the student is his present levels or her present levels really allow them to come back. Well, you should have told me that 4 months ago or 5 months ago, because we would have loved to get them back into our program as quick as possible. Yeah.
And then one last question. Is there a way, or is there something, I already talked to you about this, but that our district could in-house a model that is successful in non-public schools for that small percentage of students, that we could have the specialists in our district and a place for them that is in district that provides the same services as non-public?
So our projection for this year of $9.3 million to support these 100 students, I think there are many, many models that would allow us to have some conversations that would probably create a product that we would be proud to have our students in and also provide cost savings.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions, comments from the board?
I just want to reiterate, thank you for looking into this. I know the team has been looking for where we can save $1 or spend more efficiently. That's what you are looking at. Other than my insurance, I haven't seen anything else increasing like 100% in 2 years. My home insurance went up by 100%. That's the only example I can give. Doctors' pay or nurses' pay didn't go 100% up. Whatever you guys are trying to do, I echo what Kara was saying, bringing in-house, whether that gives them an edge to save the cost inside for us. Anyway, thank you. Looking into it.
Right. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And then we'll go on to, I believe, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make my report brief this evening. We're in the month of thankfulness. I know we have another board meeting in November, but just a lot of appreciation that I'm going to share in my report today. First, to the community. We had so many community members here talking about their own students and different topics that they're really passionate about, and I just am always feel very humbled and honored to be able to hear and do what I can with an amazing board and amazing team to support them. So thank you to them. I want to remind everyone that Tuesday is not just a holiday, it's Veterans Day. So want to thank all of our veterans, including our very own President Chris Clark, who is a veteran. Sir, thank you for your service. Also encourage our students to come to school Monday because we do have it. So make sure to be there. 3, I'd love to appreciate our PBIS team and our climate facilitators for all the hard work they do. You even heard it in Jason's presentation about the impact they have in our schools. And I think it's really important to acknowledge what PBIS does in a school campus is it uplifts students with positive behavior intervention supports. The quickest and easiest way for me to explain that is an example that the founders of PBIS used many years ago. Instead of saying, don't run to a student, saying, please walk. It's just a reframing of how we support students making good choices from the positive frame. It's obviously a lot more complex than that, but that's just lifting up students to meet our expectations of them is really great, and I appreciate that team for doing that work. I would like to thank and appreciate our very own Jeanette Sansenbach. Look at you. Jeanette and I were at a school earlier this week, and one of her members was very distressed, and I saw Jeanette be the steward and advocate of her people in that moment and spent, I believe, half the day with that member, I think teaching a class maybe. So just really appreciate that. Your leadership was really appreciated in the moment. And last and certainly not least, while you guys were doing your board reports, I was thinking, committee reports, I was thinking, you guys all have full-time day jobs and you do so much governing. So much of your time is spent governing this district so that we can be not only already the best in the county, but the best in the state. And I just wanted to share my appreciation for all the countless hours that you spend practically for free supporting our students and our families and our staff. So thank you all.
Right. Thank you, sir. Student board member Evelyn.
Okay, so I have a big report, but I'm gonna try and minimize it. Okay, so the past week we had the 30th of October, we had the Dia de los Muertos event in the quad at Cordova, and our board trustee YK showed up, so thank you. And there was orchestra performances and a performance by the Mariachi Club. And then, let's see. On October 28th, Cordova had Battle of the Clubs, and Interact Club won Battle of the Clubs. And then it was the first year that they invited student government. And, well, what can we expect? We took the most points, but we didn't win, sadly. And then our last football game was on October 30th. and it was versus Grant. And then Lancer Nation took a trip with Mrs. Lorette and the football coach Tamez to the UC Davis Children's Hospital. And it was really fun. We got to deliver the teddy bears that we had collected at the homecoming game. And then this Monday, we had a CSBA meeting with other student board members across California, and we talked about like networking, and it was just a networking session. There's more to it, but you know. And then we actually had food day today, which was very fun. And I got to eat a lot of good food. So, and then lastly, then also on Monday, I had a CASC Region 2 meeting, and I got the opportunity to present a proposal about mental health awareness and like a resolution to it to SCOE, so the Sacramento County Board of Education. And then lastly, tomorrow we have a meeting with the facilities team for more design planning, so I'm very excited because it seems like they're doing a great job. And that's it.
Right, thank you, Board Member Addy.
Okay, so actually, I went on a business trip this week, and I was gone for 3 days of school because I was at the CASC SABE conference, which was in Sacramento. It was 3 days, and we stayed at this hotel, and it was a super intense conference. Like, they had the schedules packed, like from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. I didn't go to bed till 12 every single night. It was very intense, and they gathered 75 student delegates from across California to come up with proposals to present in front of the State Board of Education on various topics that were most pressing to education. And so these 75 students were divided into groups. I was in the mental health awareness group, and there was other topics from AI and education to special education, and also budget transparency groups. And I was actually elected as the speaker of my council group, and I got to craft a 5-minute speech and speak in front of the State Board of Education meeting on Wednesday, which was a super cool experience. And yeah, it was a very insightful conference, and I not only learned more about just how school boards work, but also just met with a lot of amazing student board members and other youth change makers, which was very exciting. And I also got exposure to CASC curriculum because I'm not in a part of that organization. And we also were involved in helping to elect the student board member for the State Board of Education. So that was a very cool process. They narrowed it down to 3 candidates out of like 95 applications. And now those 3 candidates are gonna go get interviewed by Governor Newsom, who's gonna appoint the student board member. So that's really, really cool. And yeah, so I have a lot of catch-up work to do from school. But while I was gone, Vista had their own Dia de los Muertos event, which is very cool. I heard about it from my friends. They had an ofrenda, and they also had a bunch of food. They had Hispanic Heritage Club present. They had a booth there, and it was organized by a lot of StuGov people as well as the activities side. And they had a DJ and drinks, and it sounded really fun, and I'm sad I missed it. Wow. Yeah, and then I just wanted to say thank you to the district for sponsoring me to go to that conference because it was truly so insightful and renewed my passion for advocacy. And I actually got to talk to one of the board members who came down to me after the presentation and talked about how much she liked my speech. And she also said that I also do environmental literacy stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're my person. So yeah, that was a super cool experience. So thank you for sponsoring me for that. Thank you for all the people who came and spoke in public comment. And I also had another note, but oh yeah, just today's meeting was very cool because this is the first time that me and Evelyn were like, oh my gosh, should we vote on this? That, yeah, so that was very exciting. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Before we move over to board reports from my colleagues, I'd like to entertain a motion. I have a funny feeling we may go past the 10:30 time. Just need a motion to, no. I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll move.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Laird, second by Board Member Charlam. Ms. Rochelle?
Yes. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Loftout?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Chalem-Trella?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Time is wasting.
No.
Okay, let's go.
Motion
All right, let's
failed.
go. All right, Board Member Charlam, let's go.
That's right. Okay.
He voted no on his own item.
Oh, is that not an item? Now, visiting quite a few PTA meetings has been now my agenda item, the biggest one, because listening to parents is the topmost one. And also, I enjoyed the last week of October, joining various parades, Halloween, and costumes. I purposefully picked all elementary schools because those kindergartners, awesome. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Reed?
No report.
Okay. Board Member Laird?
No report.
All right.
No report.
Good, I have 8 minutes. No,
Yes, time.
actually, I just want to thank the community for coming out and giving their public comment, especially when we were addressing Theodore Judah and obviously the AP Physics. But one I want to reference to is our NAPAC. Appreciate them coming out, appreciate them advocating for space. Our former student came up and she talked about a missed opportunity. I agree. It was a missed opportunity. I think maybe we celebrate this whole month of November with Native American History Month. And I am sending a message out to NAPAC right now for our next board meeting. If they would like to do a presentation, I would welcome that to talk about their history and whatever they want to talk about as far as celebrating that month. So that is my personal invitation to them. Would love to have them come out and do their own presentation, and hopefully the district can continue to work with them to find them space. I know that our district is growing. We're gonna have to find places to put our students, but I have all the trust in the world that the district will make the reasonable accommodations for them. I also want to thank NAPAC for participating along with our student board members at the Parent Summit and our other groups that were there. There was mention about the budget committee meeting and just to hear a thought of there may be cuts, and I'm just kind of curious and I'm looking forward to what we're talking about as far as cuts, and I pray to God that it's nothing with SEL affecting our homeless students, our foster youth, or even our special ed. Because if there is just a thought of cutting any of those programs, I am going to push back, and I'm going to push back really hard. Those programs are a necessity to this district. Those students need that support, and just to see anything like that being cut would hurt. With that, I can go on for another 4 minutes. No, I'm just joking. I want to wish all my fellow veterans a happy Veterans Day coming up Tuesday. I always joke around. I joked around with my staff at work today and said I'm going to take full advantage of that because I get the free meals. So with that being said, we'll go on to advanced planning. Do we have anything? I know we have the next board meeting coming up on the 20th.
That's right, November 20th.
the board calendar, 12-month board calendar, if there's anything, and/or suggested future agenda items.
Yes, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yes, on the land, I guess, trust that what we have been pushing off to be determined date. And my apologies that it took me so long to produce some material that can be the basis of at least the start of a conversation with the board. I have done that. I've shared it with the board members. I have extra copies for the public, should the public want to see it as well. This, again, just a quick reminder, this would be, we had asked external counsel if a land trust for Native American for land that's no longer in use, or the surplus land that we would be looking at getting rid of, whether we could provide it to the Native American community as a land trust. And the answer was no, it couldn't. It would require a change in state law. So I had indicated at the time I'd be happy to draft a proposed a statute or change in statute that maybe the board would consider getting behind through a resolution and trying to see if someone in the California legislature would be interested in introducing it. And I have that here for the student board members. It's really the last paragraph on the last page. All the rest is already statutorily codified. The only change would be on page 10, the language that's underlined. So that's all I wanted to share. If the board is still willing to move forward with that and identify a date where we could have that conversation, I'd appreciate it.
All right, is there a board consensus? And I agree with you on that. And I think maybe we try to push that until after the first of the year.
Yeah, so I think January 15th would be a good date. It's our
right.
first board meeting of the new year.
That works for?
Rochelle will make a note.
Yep, absolutely.
Mr. President, quickly, I want to bring one more thing. Everyone has this AP Physics paper in front of you. If you can see the second table, it's 80 to 100%. Folsom High says A, Vista says no. So there's so much inequalities in this one, and being some of those challenging courses we are teaching, I would love to bring this as a discussion item for the board. And talk about the.
I think where the board doesn't have any decision-making on grading, but maybe potentially we could get a presentation on like equitable grading.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just like the way we just now did for the school graduations and everything. 52 students, they're literally struggling at this point just because of those percentage changes. So I want to bring that to an agenda item.
Again, I think probably that would be better to do it right after the first of the year as well, because I know the next few meetings coming up with the organizational meeting, we're going to be pretty packed. So if that's a consensus from the board, we can run with that.
Do we have consensus on the item? Okay.
All right.
We'll get that scheduled.
It's not me. I request this sooner because those kids are graduating on December 18th. If this is the fail rate, it doesn't look
But
good
are
on
we
our score.
looking at a presentation on that, or are we looking at a discussion action item? As
Whatever is possible, I don't know.
No action
Let the
no action to
superintendent.
take.
Right.
So,
Yeah, wait, the board can't do anything about a specific class that's controlled by a teacher, right?
Oh, it's not the specific class. I'm
Yeah.
talking the percentages, how the schools are adopting.
Oh,
If you can see the second bucket.
yeah,
That's
but
slightly
I'm just
different.
talking about for those students in specifically in Vista's AP Physics class, like it's
That's
not-
one of them.
Yeah, okay.
we can definitely bring a discussion or a special presentation
Okay.
to the board.
Can we do that? I don't want to put it on the organizational meeting. Is it possible to do it on the?
Why don't we ask staff how
Yeah,
long it would take?
How long
to
would it take?
Make, and that does
I'll-
not need to be
I'll
addressed
circle
right
back to the
now.
board
Yeah.
in the next couple of days.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
early next week.
Thank you, Madam Veep.
And And I wanted to say just one thing I mentioned to the board on our suggested future items. We have the Mather Heights Elementary fencing project scheduled for today on November 6th. The Facilities Committee asked some further questions about potentially partnering around some easement work with the Parks District. We're working on that. When we have a better sense of when we can bring something back, we'll reschedule that. I just wanted to give a notice to the board that that's why that was not delivered today.
Sounds good. And one more thing that I would like to see this addressed before the beginning of next year is a discussion on board member stipends. There was a new law passed by Governor Newsom that boards are able to. Mr. Reed, can you explain it a little bit better?
Well, we're already past 10:30.
Oh, well, hey.
But yes, I would be supportive of maybe doing this under an agenda item, in the future.
Yep. Yeah. Just, maybe Sean can give a presentation on where we are with, board member stipends. So, yeah. So anyway, with that being said, is there anything else? We do not need to recess back to closed session. Anything else for the good of the order? Good. Running a little bit past 10:30, but that's all right. Meeting adjourned.